Namaskar everyone and welcome to day 21 of this 24 days Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit 2021. Just a minute. So today we will be covering goal number 16 of UNSDG, which is peace, justice, and strong institutions. Let me just quickly take you to the speaker lineup today. So we'll start with the Project YugParivartan Synergy meditation to set the context of today's goal. Then there will be a session by Dr. Kumar M. Iyer, followed by a session from Ms. Geeta Ramanujan. Then session by Mr. Hitesh Chandel. And finally, one more session by Mr. Bongong Justin Berinyu from Nigeria. All the speakers of the day will then sit in the panel, wherein the audience can ask questions and other panelists and organizing team can also ask their questions related to the goal, peace, justice, and strong institutions. And finally, we'll close the day with a vote of thanks. There are two important dates. Kindly note them down. 22nd of October for launching all the 17 synergy platforms for UNSDGs under our vertical Self-Actualized Leaders network. 23rd of October as a candid conversation with Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandel and Advisor to Chief Mentor Ms. Payal Kakria from Sydney, Australia, wherein you can ask any question related to spirituality, self-development, self-actualization, Project YugParivartan, Code of Citizens Conduct, or whatever comes to your mind. You can ask there and get those questions answered directly from the state of meditation. So with this, let us now start our synergy meditation on goal number 16. Please be in a comfortable posture. Neck and spine straight. Let the energy flow from Muladhara chakra to the Sahasrara chakra unabated. Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. All three of them are critical for the survival of humanity within the human beings. Bring your focus to your body, from tip of the head to the bottom of the feet. Settle down all those disturbances, vibrations, which create an obstacle between you and the absolute truth. Now bring your focus to your breathing. Settle it down by making it long, deep, calm, rhythmic, and divine breathing. Breathing in, breathing out, breathing in, breathing out. Now bring your focus to your Anahata chakra, the center of your heart. And seed these three concepts: peace, justice, and strong institutions. It is very critical for the leaders to maintain peace and harmony between all human beings on the planet at all places and at all times. They need to create a policy framework and an implementation mechanism so that the peace of the citizens is not hampered. If you see the current reality, current situation of the world, it is all but peaceful. There is wars, warmongering, preparation to kill large number of people, exploiting others' lives, just for few quick bucks, for the never satiating greed of human beings. So much so is the situation that we have given a new word, an acronym to the current world situation, and it is popularly known as VUCA world, VUCA, volatile, uncertain, chaotic, and ambiguous. The world peace is lost. All the big claims of development, technology enhancements, exploring and invading other planets, all is in vain if we cannot achieve the objective of global peace. The second point mentioned by this goal, number 16 of UNSDG, is justice. The end aim to achieve for the entire humanity should be to create equality. But equality can wait, justice cannot. Because justice delayed is justice denied. We are living in an unjust world. we may come up with a counter argument that as per Newton's law and law of karma, the law of cause and effect, whatever is coming into the lives of people, whether it is poverty, hunger, inequality, sufferings, pain, disease, death, broken relationships, financial mess, all of that is just an outcome of the karma of individual human being. Technically, it is true. But at the same time, unless we understand who is doing this karma, unless we understand the full definition of who or who am I, all such reasoning of cause and effect is pointless. In the heightened state of consciousness, a soul can witness that every other being is an extension of our own self. So all that they are facing is not only due to their karma, but is also because of our karma. We are the ones who have created these sufferings, these pains, and have created the VUCA world is none other than we ourselves. As soon as this realization happens, a person fights not only for justice to himself, but justice for everyone. And this can only be witnessed in the self-realization and self-actualization state, which essentially means that all other people who are not participating in these reforms are continuing to do injustice to other people. And as is popularly known, ignorance is no excuse. We cannot say that we don't know it, because law of karma is still working, whether you know it or don't know it. Now, how would we bring the peace and justice? The answer lies in the third phrase of goal number 16 of UNSDG, strong institutions. I would rather call this as, instead of strong institutions, they should be wise institutions. And that's where we are developing wise cities, wise blocks, wise clusters, wise states, wise country, and wise world under the banner of Project YugParivartan. And this synergy meditation is part of that effort only. It is to bring you all together into an energy field wherein each member can become a wise institution. The organization, institution starts from an individual. Even if one person can become a company, an organization, and an institution. Just like human beings, group of human beings also evolve through the 4 stages. Initially, they are startups. After getting certain maturity, they are known as company. Once it becomes more structured, it becomes an organization. And when it achieves its peak, when it realizes its full potential, then it becomes an institution. So time has come wherein all of us should synergize to create peace, justice, and strong institutions, environment, instead of continuing with the VUCA world. With these thoughts, seeds in our mind, let us focus back on our breathing and take 3-4 long, deep, rhythmic breathing cycles. Now bring your focus to your body. From tip of the head to the bottom of the feet, fill each cell with peace, justice, and make all these cells a well-coordinated, strong, and wise institution. Now bring your focus to your palms, rub them together, and gently massage your eyes, then your face, and then the whole body. And with 4-5 blinks, come back to the normal consciousness and set yourself to 4 empowering sessions today, followed by a panel discussion on UNSDG 16, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions. So now with this, I would like to invite my colleague, Mr. Amit Agarwal, to invite our first speaker of the day on the dais.
Good morning, Chief. I am not able to start my video. I think you need to allow that.
Just hold on, please.
Yeah.
Yes, you can try it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Amit Agarwal, and I'll be your host for the day. Uh, in this global summit, I take pleasure to invite my first speaker, our first speaker of the day. This is Dr. Kumar M. Iyer. So Dr. Kumar M. Iyer is an advocation partner. Mr. Dr. Kumar M. Iyer works in the field of sustainable strategy. He has introduced the concept of the quadruple bottom line, which is called QBL, as a sustainability paradigm. The model involves all stakeholders and ensures that their aspirational needs are satisfied. The model ensures that any strategy which has been developed with the QBL at its foundation is sustainable and ethical. The QBL is based on the principle of equality and justice. It ensures that all sections of society and all stakeholders are treated with respect. He has been mentoring individuals and organizations in leveraging the QBL as a tool for increasing profitability while ensuring high ethical standards. Such organizations draw on a strong personal moral line as their backbone and are recognized by their transparency and ethical values. Dr. Iyer has a pan-industry background of almost 30 years covering steelmaking, construction, consultancy, and project management, manufacturing, customer support, and design engineering. He has worked in various sectors such as manufacturing, services, tech support, and even startups. He believes that sustainable strategy will ensure profitability and longevity and insulate the organization from external risk factors. Such a strategy will move the organization from a circular economy to a regenerative economy. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our first speaker of the day, Dr. Kumar M. Iyer.
Welcome, Dr. Kumar.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Amit, for that wonderful introduction. And thanks again, Hitesh, for an opportunity to address this August gathering today and share my views on SDG 16 and why I feel that creating a society which is based on peace, justice, and robust institutions will be the way forward for the world. Can I share my screen now? Because I have a short presentation which I would like to share.
Yes, you can.
Sure, you can, yeah.
So, good morning once again. And I would like to talk about peace, justice, and strong institutions and why they are important and how they can help us in achieving our objectives. Now, if we step back and look at why were these SDGs conceived and conceptualized, what we will realize is that, hello? Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So if we step back, we will realize that we have been living with profit-driven capitalistic ecosystems. And these ecosystems are not based on the principles of peace and justice. Equality is not a tenet in a profit-driven system, and they are designed predominantly for enslavement and exploitation. Consequence of this has been the disproportionate growth and the huge disparities which exist between the global north and the global south. The resources on this earth are being exploited well beyond sustainable limits. And with the result that we are seeing unprecedented events taking place, which are beyond the realm of human comprehension. And this is because greed has superseded need, and we have driven the planet to the brink. So how do we step back? How do we actually use SDG 16 and try and pull the planet back from the brink? So the idea is to evolve into a sustainable ecosystem. And how do you get a sustainable ecosystem? One is by globalization, which means we think global, but we act local. The second is to have transparent interactions between stakeholders and live based on the principles of equality and justice for all. And finally, we treat the environment and society as equal partners in any enterprise. When I say enterprise, I don't mean only industry, but even non-profits and government as well should look at the impact of every action on the environment and the society while before they take any decisions going forward. Now, why were these SDGs conceived? These SDGs were conceived to establish a minimum level of resource utilization in a local environment. They were conceived to establish a minimum comfort level in terms of economic stability, infrastructural development, opportunities for the local population, and a maximum localization of goods and services. Having set this background, I would now like to talk about a little bit about the quadruple bottom line, which I advocate, and why am I so passionate about this? So the current trends which are driving global economies is based on profits, people, and planet, strictly in that order. So that every action, every association, every transaction which is taking place is driven by profits. We, even as humans, we have reached a stage where we will talk to someone or we will associate with someone only if we are able to derive an economic advantage out of it. So even human transactions have descended to the level of measuring the associations in terms of profits and loss. We will only
Hi, Dr. Ayer. Are you there, Dr. Ayer?
Yes, Dr. Ayer, it seems your mic is not functioning.
I can see his video is also frozen for me.
Yeah, video seems to be frozen, but it's a presentation, so we can't be sure. But yes, audio is not coming. So probably a low bandwidth issue may be there.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes,
Now
some
we
part
can.
of the presentation is lost, so you can start with the like 2-3 minutes back from where
Okay.
you left 2-3 minutes back. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, what I was saying was most of our transactions have become profit driven, wherein even when we are talking about interactions between humans, we are always thinking about our benefit in having the interaction. And this greed-based association is what has brought about this current situation in the world today, where there is a deficit of trust, there is a purely economic motive for everything, and that has destroyed peace and justice in the world. Any spillover from profits then goes to the people, and finally, the planet becomes an afterthought in the entire transactional analysis as it exists today. The QBL, which I talk about, talks about principles-based behavior, and it puts profits, people, and planet on the same level. And what the QBL says is that the planet and the people come first, and profits should be derived once the aspirations of these two set of stakeholders have been realized. So it's turning the existing paradigm on its head and looking at the planet and people first and profits last. The QBL does not say don't make profits. What it says is make profits using ethical means rather than any means. So now let us look at the QBL and SDG 16. Now, as I said, the QBL uses the society and the environment as equal partners in any enterprise. The paradigm of the QBL is that the ends never justify the means. Currently, we have a saying, it's there in English, the ends justify the means. In Hindi, we say, ant bhala to sab bhala. But that is not how we should be. What we are saying is that we have to do the right thing and we have to do it the right way. The two cannot be separate from each other. And that is what the QBL dictates. And the only way to do this is by accounting for the aspirations of all stakeholders and giving equal weightage to all aspirations. Finally, what the QBL does is investment in the infrastructure development is prioritized over profit, and improvement of the local human capital is emphasized. What I mean by this is that the people in the enterprise are treated as people rather than as mere tools to be utilized for benefiting the enterprise and for making profits. So what it means is development of all, development for all supersedes the dictum of benefiting the most people. Today, we ask certain sections of society and certain sections of stakeholders to bite the bullet, even if they are suffering because a certain activity is benefiting most people. But what the QBL does, and that is the underlying basis of SDG 16 as well, is that it doesn't matter if we don't develop as much, but we should not affect even a single person adversely while this developmental activity is going on. That is the only way we can ensure that we have peace and justice. What it does is, what this process does is it eliminates discrimination. It leads to the formation of a sustainable and resilient institution, one that is fundamentally strong. And such an institution is sustained or draws its sustenance from the contributions of its stakeholders. The stakeholders feel that they are a part of the institution. They realize that if they give their all to the institution in turn will take care of them in a symbiotic relationship. These are the kinds of relationships that we want to build as part of SDG 16. And this is the only way that we can have a strong and sustainable institution which will last the test of time. What the QBL also does, which is what SDG 16 indirectly talks about is understands that unless we have active stakeholder participation, the institution cannot grow. And the institution in turn considers the stakeholders as a resource for which a substitute is yet to be discovered. Because primarily, the stakeholders are the ones who are driving the organization, who are driving the institution. And unless they are made comfortable, unless they are assured of getting their fair share of recognition, fair share of compensation, fair share of honor and responsibility in any enterprise, they are not going to be an active participant. And if every stakeholder in your organization, in your process, in your enterprise is not active, your organization will never be robust and strong. And that is why the QBL ensures that you get 100% active stakeholder participation, which increases the integrity of the institutions and lays the foundation for an inclusive and peaceful society. What it does is it brings together diverse sections of society, ensures that everyone is working towards a common goal, and everyone is getting their fair share of rewards. There is equality and justice for all. This is precisely what the QBL aims to achieve. And achieving SDG 16 in this manner will improve the chances for achieving other SDGs, but especially SDGs 1, 3, 5, 8, and 10. All of these SDGs have to do with the people, their way of living, poverty, equality, and fair share of opportunities being made available to everyone. So if SDG 16 is implemented in the spirit and the letter in which it is conceived, it will in turn support other SDGs which are connected with the human aspect of life on Earth.
Dr. Ayer, I think we've lost the connection again.
Yeah, let's wait for a few seconds.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yes, he's back now.
Back.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Because I can hear you. I don't know.
Yes, your voice is clear. Now it is clear.
Okay. Fine. So what I'm saying is, why the SDGs may fail? The SDGs have been conceived assuming that everyone will behave in a very ethical and moral manner. If such a behavior was already in existence before now, we would not need the SDG in the first place. So the inherent premise behind the SDGs themselves may lead to a failure of the SDGs because there is a lack of accountability. There are no timelines because there is only one timeline which says 2030. There are no intermediate timelines for achieving certain goals. There are no thresholds and allocations. There is no degrowth or localization which is promoted. Because only thing that the SDGs say is this is what we need to achieve. They do not talk about how, when, and who will do it. There is an assumption in the SDGs that one shoe fits all. And the emphasis is on a trickle-down effect rather than trying to build a structure bottom up. And this is the reason why I believe that the SDGs may not achieve the target that they have set themselves to achieve. So instead of bemoaning the fact that we may or may not achieve the SDGs, let us look at how we can contribute. How can
So all these pauses is giving us a valuable time wherein we can introspect about our role in implementing these SDGs. Without the participation of everyone on this planet, it would be difficult to achieve this. It is like for these goals, we are the seekers and we are the providers. Kindly introspect.
It seems that he's got disconnected.
Yes, it is like for next few seconds it won't come. Kindly call him to see.
Shafiq should call him.
Just let me see if Devesh is there. Devesh, you can call him to bring him back.
Sure. Just
And in the meantime, I am sharing the invitation message to all of you. So please send this to your network. I'm sharing it on chat box. Please share this to your network. Okay, so we have Kala R asking some question. Yes, Kala ji, please ask your question. Kala R ji, do you have any question? You can unmute yourself and ask your question. Okay, it seems it is accidentally on. Anyone having any question in the meantime? Kindly raise your hands. I once again remind all of you that two very valuable sessions are coming up on October 22nd and October 23rd. On 22nd, we will be launching all the 17 platforms, their structure, their workflows, a high-level overview of the entire system functioning. And on 23rd, we will be opening the gates for asking straight questions, candid questions from Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandel and Advisor to Chief Mentor Ms. Payal Kakaria. So it will be a joint session wherein you can post your questions and they will be responded to live. Yes, Kalaji, you want to ask something?
No, sir, not yet, because I just logged in. I wish to listen, then I'll proceed.
Okay, sure. Yes, Deveshji, do you have any update? Okay, it's trying to reconnect. Sure, in the meantime, the next speaker of the day, kindly be ready as we may be starting just after the session. Okay, so he has joined back and just. Yes, Dr. Kumar, you can unmute yourself and also your camera.
Yeah, I mean, I just got disconnected. I'm sorry about that. So, we were talking about what industry can do to help in contributing to SDG 16. And what I would like to say is that instead of just looking for personal benefit, we should look at how we can improve the infrastructure and build resilient partners, build resilient institutions. For example, whenever we look at industry coming up, a greenfield industry being set up, we usually look at industries asking for tax benefits, using for various kinds of monetary incentives to set up the industry. Instead of asking for a monetary benefit, what the industry could ask and should ideally be doing is look for better infrastructure. They should ask the local government to provide them with better roads, with uninterrupted power supply, uninterrupted water supply, and institutions which would help in developing the local communities in terms of educational facilities, hospital facilities, etc., etc. So we build an infrastructure locally which will attract talent to that region and in turn benefit the institution more over the long run rather than benefiting the shareholders over a short term. So, and this will in turn dovetail into the SDG 16 being achieved. The second thing that industry has to do is consider the environment and society as equal partners. Today, they are considered as an afterthought. Look at CSR as not merely a legal compliance requirement, but go beyond the call of CSR to make an impact. Fourthly, work for all stakeholders equally, rather than for the benefit of the shareholders alone, which is what is happening today. And finally, the industry should own their responsibilities towards the local communities and strive to achieve it. How can individuals contribute in achieving SDG 16? I mean, it's all fine to talk about industry doing it, but each one of us can make a difference. We have to first understand and realize what is our circle of influence. Every one of us has a circle of influence which we impact on a regular basis. These could be people who work in our homes. These could be people, colleagues who work with us in our place of work. These could be trades and merchants whom we give and support by buying their goods and services. Now, how fair and transparent are we in our interaction within our circle of influence? Are we paying the domestic help a fair price, a fair wage for the work that he or she does for us at our homes? Do we go beyond our daily association and take an interest in their domestic life outside of work? We can help their kids through their school. Do we ensure that these domestic help understand the law? Are we making sure that their children don't drop out of school? Their children are not entered into child marriages, so to speak. In short, what I'm saying is that are we ensuring that the law of the land is being judiciously, fairly, and transparently being employed in our interactions within our circle of influence? If we practice equality and justice in each transaction at an individual level and not look to authorities for solution to all our problems, we will be contributing towards achieving SDG 16. And that is what I mean by saying we should walk the talk rather than just talk the talk. And where do I see a synergy between the QBL and Project YugParivartan? Both the QBL and Project YugParivartan are working towards creating a society which emphasizes on transparency and accountability. Project YugParivartan looks at creating and developing the next generation of leaders who are self-actualized and conscience-driven. Same way the QBL talks about an industry or a society which is based on principles, rather than being a profit-driven society. The emphasis of both are on achieving stakeholder aspirations simultaneously, rather than promoting specific stakeholder interests. In this way, we are sowing the seeds of peace and justice, which is what will ensure that generations to come will be able to realize and enjoy the beauty that exists on this earth. Both of us believe in the innate goodness in all human beings, and that no person is born with bad intentions. And finally, the QBL and Project YugParivartan believe that we have only this one planet. There is no planet B. And so we cannot have a plan B in case plan A fails and we are not able to pull the society back from the brink. So I believe that the QBL and Project YugParivartan have a lot of synergies between them, and there is a roadmap which can be established going forward, which will ensure that we are able to achieve the 17 SDGs and SDG 0 as laid out by Project YugParivartan, and create a society which works for all rather than extracts work from all. So that's what I had for the forum today. Thank you very much once again for this opportunity, and I would welcome questions at this point.
Thanks, Dr. Iyer, for this wonderful insight. And definitely we would have questions. We will take them up during the panel discussions from 2:15 to 2:55 with all other speakers of the day as part of the panel. With this, I would like to invite my colleague, Mr. Amit Agarwal, to invite our next speaker of the day on the dais.
Thank you, Hitesh, and thank you, Dr. Iyer. It was wonderful. It gives me an opportunity to invite our second speaker of the day. She's Dr. Geeta Ramanujan. So Dr. Geeta Ramanujan is a founder and academic director of GR Educational Institutions and a former principal of National College, Jayanagar. She is also an award-winning playwright and director, distinguished public speaker, promoter of spiritual awareness, freelance journalist in English and Kannada. Dr. Geeta is also known today as inspiring entrepreneur too. After she retired from her regular post, she ventured to quench her thirst, further to service to education by establishing an educational institution on Gurukula philosophy from the scratch, and today, in a decade's time, it is seeing its meaningful contribution in both education and cultural parallel. She strongly opines that present-day education for living is incomplete without education for life, which involves living too. A distinguished academician with a double MA in philosophy and English literature, Dr. Geeta's core area is logic and philosophy, and her dramatic thesis is on environmental awareness and ahimsana virutha. For a doctorate, got her gold medal from the Mysore University. Geeta Ramanujan is also well known in state theatre circles. Geeta's main concern, however, is in the academic realm. She was the principal of the premier institution, National College, where she is popular as much for her astute teaching abilities as for her interest in extracurricular activities, because of which she has great student contribution to various areas, to mention her name. Also in the capacity, Dr. Geeta has delivered lectures in several Indian universities besides the Indian Institute of World Culture, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan Center at Bangalore, as well as at UK sponsored by Infosys Foundation, Northwest University of California, Singapore, Karnataka Wing, and so on. She is the first woman to write for 45 consecutive days in popular Kannada daily under the column Dharma Jyoti on spirituality and life, apart from her contribution to various dailies and weekly journals in Kannada and English, for example, Times of India, Asian Age, Hindu, Deccan Herald, etc. Not tired at 72, she continues to promote living philosophy to youth, is what has kept her alive among thousands and thousands of students. Dr. Geeta drives rational thinking from Swami Vivekananda, self-realization philosophy from Bhagavad Gita, self-reliance philosophy from Akka Mahadevi, a save saint of the 12th century. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to invite our second speaker of the day, Dr. Geeta Ramanujan.
Welcome, Dr. Geeta. Welcome to the dais.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Ajit, for really introducing at great length. Thank you so much. I'm really, indeed, very happy to be on this platform. The title is Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit. I think this itself needs a very big explanation to the en masse, according to me, because they may not understand what is that self-actualized leaders. I think self-promotion is something, self-potential aspect is one thing, self-realization aspect is one thing, self-introspection is one thing, which has really all these things put together has brought Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit. Am I correct if I understood properly, Mr. Hitesh?
Yes. It is basically to make an avyakt atma into vyakt karma.
Yes, that's very nice of you. I'm very happy about you. I think renouncing being an IT person, and you renounced the thing. And you know what is renouncement? That is another aspect to build an institution. You have given me the topic, peace, justice, and strong institutions. You yourself is a very good example here, who has stood for this strong institution. If the person who is going to run the institution, who is going to head the institution, is strong in their conviction, is strong in their performance, strong in their pursuit, and strong in their perceptive aspects, only such institutions can be the strong institution. I think this is where we have to cooperate with you, join hands with your organization at any point of time when you ask for anything which is really we have or we don't have, I don't know. Okay,
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yes. And this global summit, I'll tell you, United Nations Sustainable Development Growth is another very highly connotative term, according to me. Because I've been in this field for last 56 years, and I really shifted over from MSc Zoology, being a ranked student, to philosophy MA. Because I was so much influenced by Ramakrishna Mission. And only one thing which I really gave me strength is we are talking about the statistics, facts, management policies, projects, and do's and don'ts, police stations and punishment. All these things are the offsprings of if person is failed to perform, and then if he goes into a wrong thing, then we have to resort to that field. But otherwise, should we have to wait for that? That's my question. See, Dr. Radhakrishnan is very clearly, he says that. When I shifted from MSc Zoology to philosophy, many of them asked me, I think philosophy bakes no bread. Why? You are shifting from philosophy to this one, as you have come to lead the humanity towards golden age. Anybody would ask you, do you think that there can be like Chandragupta Maurya's period, golden age, golden period? Golden age is not in concrete, but in its subtlety, people should understand. It is not you can't bring gold and give it to everybody. You can't make roti, kapda, makan as equal to everybody. Equality is not there. Diversity, uniformity in diversity is the law of nature. We can never rule out. We can never rule out. Of course, statistics I can give. Yesterday also I heard the speakers, because I'm very much interested. Statistics, I think you can get it from any corner of the thing now, because of the digital world is so very handy that we don't have to worry. So, but here, I think I'll tell you, Dr. Radhakrishnan, who is a philosopher, statesman, and an educationist, who had the concern like you, Dr. Radhakrishnan gives us much concern is about the future, because past and future lies in the present. This is what I feel also. All the resources at our command is there, and with all the gifts that have been endowed with all the powers that the human being we have developed, we are unable to live in peace and safety. This is the one which is really alarming us. We have to live in peace means, I think we have grown in knowledge and intelligence. We have not grown in wisdom and virtue. And we are sowing seed and weed simultaneously. So what do we do now? This is a very, very crucial stage. At this crucial stage, I think you have started your YugParivartan project, and it is very, very important and very inevitable aspect of the society, I'm telling you. Because if somebody is doing, I think at least I have to share my views with you. This is what I feel. And I have taught rural children way back in 1971. And again, I have come back to rural children by dedicating all my property to that. How did I get this? How could I do this? I am also a woman of a common class. I was also brought up like any other woman with marriage, family, this, that, house, then jewels, this, that, everything. It's a common thing everybody will have. Everybody will have aspirations to be materialistically very much elevated. But that is not the thing which can give you peace, is the education to be given. We are missing that education. And how do we inculcate peace and justice? Peace and justice, is it available in the shop? Or is it available in the books? Or is it available in the form of projects and policies? Again, those are all made by human beings. I want to tell everybody that anything you frame, again, if the man is the person who is the nucleus of that particular framework. So if the man is corrupt, if the man is really not having that conviction for promotion of humanity, I think any length of discussion and any amount of projects and any amount of really thinking about the issues, it remains unattended. So this particular sustainable development growth and your YugParivartan project, YugParivartan, it is not YugParivartan. Parivartan is so simple if you ask. It is a Herculean task. It is, I would say, it is beyond Herculean task. Be the change you want to see, the change in the society and in others, is the Mahatma Gandhiji's golden statement. Mahatma Gandhiji's statement is, even today, the world of the well can satisfy the need of every common man, but cannot satisfy the greed of a single man. So what have we to tackle now today in our education, in our particular promotion of humanity? The root cause of all these things is The education given to our people in these days, minus the traditional values, or you call it as the spiritual values or the religious values, or you call it by any god. I am not very much associated with anything, and I like to be secular than to be sectarian. Even if I talk about Bhagavad Gita, it is not as a religious text, but I would talk as a philosophical tenet. It's a philosophical tenet. When he says that to Arjuna, now, for example, all of them feel that, is it possible to change? Is it possible to bring in peace? When can you give justice? When you are impersonal. When can you be impersonal? When you have no selfishness and self-centeredness. When can you remove selfishness and self-centeredness? When you can nurture the values persistently with all perception for the life and not for just living. I see children today, they are in a chaotic condition. Their mind is confused. They think that what is right and what is wrong, what to accept, what not to accept, has become a big question mark for students. Even today, I am staying with my students in the Gurukula campus. But I literally, personally, I encountered the problems. It's not on the platforms. It's not on the the blackboard, or it is not just on the laptop screen. But I'm encountering daily. When you call it as ecosystem, it's a part of environment. And ecosystem is the part of ecology. And we have forgotten one thing in this hierarchy of environment, ecology, ecosystem. One more thing, which is the basic root of all these three, is ecosophy, which is missing out. What is that ecosophy missing out? How do we educate? Ecosophy, is it they have to close their eyes only to understand this philosophy, or they have to go to Himalaya mountain, or they have to be in Gurukula system where they don't have interaction with anybody? No, be in the society, as Krishna said, don't run away. He says. Renounce your weakness. Renounce your passion for the fruit. The basic problem today is every action is result oriented. They are expecting result before even coming to the action, but they are not aware the scientific causation, that the effect is interwoven in the cause, and cause is culminated in the effect. If these two are not seen separately, only then they will know their problems. If I think now, for example, I'm sitting in a class, I told my children, you think about something else and not attending and not paying attention to the teacher, and for which your parents have paid the salary, fees, and for which your father has to work for 30 days, your mother has to cook for you, and those food particles which have to come to your house, and it has been manufactured, or they prepared, or they grown by the farmers, and so many chain reaction goes, and that you waste in 1 hour's time, and you dream about unwanted things at the age where you have to think right and act right and do right, and at that age you deviate yourself. And what is the use of afterwards telling that when you go and embrace or you adorn the higher places? How can you be responsible? How can you be impersonal? How can you be attentive? How can you be acceptable? How can you be accommodative? These are the questions I put for them. In fact, I have been, I don't want to say 100%. Let me take some point, not 1%. That itself is a big number. I think children have been promoted, and those children are, they are running so many projects under their things, and they have joined social welfare organizations and NGOs, and they are doing a lot of things. But I don't want to be there, but I want just promote. Now, when Yagnavalkya from the Chandogya Upanishad, let us all reflect, this education has to be given to not only for women. Yagnavalkya, they say he gave it to women. No, it's not women. Prakriti Purusha. In every one of us, there is Purusha, and we have to encounter, or we have to have a business with the Prakriti, that is the nature. Nature is Prakriti and Purusha, and we are the Prakriti, all of us. When we do this, then he said, see now, for example, peace, justice, strong institution. When he wants to renounce for his betterment of self-realization, he wanted to give his property, whatever he has earned, whatever it is, divide among his 2 wives, Katyayani and Maitri. But the other lady, she was like me, she simply accepted the wealth. But the Maitreyi was not like me. She said, when you are giving it up all the wealth, material wealth of the world, and you are just trying to go and have the self-introspection and self-meditative process to realize yourself, how come you are giving wealth to me and telling that this can keep me happy? Can I be happy with the wealth what you are giving? Can I be peaceful with the wealth what I am giving, what you have given me? He says, the wealth of the world cannot keep you peaceful, cannot give you justice to your life, and cannot give you strong personality of your own. Why? Why? He gives a beautiful explanation, which every one of us have to understand. That has given me a lot of strength, Mr. Hitesh ji. It has given a lot of strength to me. He says, you are not loving your husband for the sake of your husband's welfare. You are loving your husband because you want your welfare. Same way, wife is not husband is not giving love to wife because he loves his wife, but he wants to be happy. Same way, children, same way, institution. See, I want my institution to be flourishing. Children have to get me ranks. This why? If they don't give me that, I become unhappy. People start talking about me. People start telling that I'm a failure. So I'm scared of my failure than the success of others. So I'm doing this. And he says, every action of ours is only to satisfy this insatiate soul, which is really aspiring for all these things. Coming out of that is the real strength of the person. And you can stand as an institution of yourself and you can attain peace. I think materialistic thing, if it is going to give, this has to be addressed at great length, far and wide. Any persons who is adorning the very high positions, so-called high positions, people who claim that they are leaders, people who claim that they are the mentors, people who claim that they are doing a wonderful job to the society, or in the government offices, or in the project analysis wings, wherever it is. This education has to be, but can I go to this one parliament, or can I go to Parshad and then say that all of you should listen to me? They might, see, we are all already this thing, deep-rooted thing, which we have to, either they have to enroot us, or like felling trees, they have to really do away with us, or else just accept and suffer. But now what I'm telling is, we are treating the floral parts of the problem, not the nurture the root and treat there. What is that root according to me? Even today I have pulse for my youth, school children. I want this forum to take this particular philosophy of yours to the schools and colleges and see that this one generation of ours, it's gone, you cannot correct us. Even if you give us the golden values and golden thoughts, and even if you gold in, I'll take gold and I will leave other two things and go out. This is the mentality we have already culminated and we have nurtured.
Deveji, there seems to be a technical issue. Kindly contact Geeta Ramanujanji. Deveji, are you listening?
Let me call Diveshji.
Yeah. Yeah, Amiji, she is back.
Yeah.
Just a minute. Yes, Dr. Geeta, you are on mute.
My dear,
Yes, it is audible.
Yes, we are all with pen and writing pad. We are so very fast than your digital world.
Right.
So that's the thing. So this is a very parable. So beautifully explains the philosophy to his disciples. 6 men rode into the deep, dense forest, not today's forest. Today's forest is only forest in spelling, but there is no deep, dense or anything. So they all went inside the forest to explore, but they lost the way. When they lost the way, I think they really found it very difficult how to survive in the forest and what food we have to eat. And they got scared. But at that time, they saw a very huge tree. I think full buffs, buffs of fruits, red, attractive fruits it is. Then what happened? The 6th man who's there, he says, oh, I found these fruits. We'll uproot the tree and keep it because we don't know when we are going to find our way back home. So till then, we can't be starving of hunger. So let us accumulate and keep it. Then the 5th one says, no. We'll just cut the branches. No, 5th one, that is, he says. 4th one says, no, only we'll cut the twigs. The 3rd one says, only we'll take out the fruits in the twigs where it is. And then the 2nd one says, no, only the ripe fruits we will take. But the 1st one says, first collect the fruits which are fallen on the ground. Satisfy your hunger for the time being. Let us see later. This is the parable. See, from 6th to 1st. But today, 6th one has overruled all the 5 people and he has come up. And so ransacking the nature, savaging the nature. My goodness. Forest area is written in a board, but only the first row of on either side of the roads, the forest trees are found. But if you come from the other side to the road, I think all the things have been encroached and buildings have been done. So for the common man, forest is there. For the very crooked man, for the cruel man, the forest is already engulfed. But engulfing what to do? Because this is an insatiate need he has got. How can they accumulate property for their grandchildren? Do they think that their grandchildren are going to be incapable and indisposed or whatever it is, handicapped? I don't know what is that. We are not able to really understand the way our human beings are really made up their mind for the tomorrow. That is why Gandhiji says you cannot live for yourself. You have to live for the next generation. As you're telling that we have to transfer this society to the next generation with the golden age period, being a golden age. So this is where I think these 3 things have to be now we have to address. But how do we address? I'll tell you. If I tell you as a teacher, they listen. But if the mother and father says at home, they don't listen. Again, I will listen if it is a real education to be inculcated and it is really given importance at the higher level where we form the educational curriculum and forum and everything. And now NEP is coming, National Education Policy is coming. I wish that the skill is not only related to physical activities or physical entrepreneurship, but it is also the soft skills which have to be given in terms of spiritual values. Spiritual means, for heaven's sake, nobody should mistake for the so-called common man. Common man can be among politicians, among businessmen, among teachers, among writers. But when they don't have the correct perception, we call them as common man, including myself. We should have perception to perceive the pursuit persistently. This is very important. It's a continuous process. It's a flowing river. If you stop it, it becomes a lake. If you leave it unattended, it becomes a marshy lake. Afterwards, it becomes a decayed lake. Afterwards, it dries off. So the humanity dries off. It dries off. I'm very much into the directing place for children and students where I educate their problems through them only. That's all. Because today sermons and advisors have become too much. And so too many people, we are giving them too much of inputs. I think they're also confused. Simple. Understand yourself. Education for living is interwoven in education for life. What is education for life again? Whatever is required for you to run the life, only that much you have to understand. You have to perform your duty impersonally. When I'm teaching somebody, when I'm talking to you now, I'm very wholeheartedly what I experience, I'm giving. It's not that what I've collected from other sources, which doesn't belong to me, I am giving. No, I don't want to. I don't want to. So when I switched over from the MSc to philosophy, so many people were asking, philosophy bakes no bread. I know. How can philosophy bake bread? But it can bake our brain with which we can bake anything in the world. Today, to start this project, you must have really helped your brain to formulate, even to renounce a job, even to renounce property, even for Buddha to renounce his beautiful wife and child, even Mahavira to give up his kingdom. Is it a joke? How much philosophical, how much spiritual training or the way it has to be understood. Okay, I will have all this kingdom, but ultimately, what is that I have given to society? Giving is the concept which is not at all taught today, only receiving is taught. And about failure, there is a very dreadful picture, and failure is focused as something which nobody should experience. No, according to me, failure is the one which can give strength to our people, and they have to attempt on their own, and they have to create anything on their own. All these things, if you give, we'll come back to our Vivekananda's phrase, strength is life and weakness is death. Education today, as our Dr. Radhakrishna says, it is giving intelligence and knowledge. You know, that is, now one more I will add, information. Today, even knowledge is also not required. Information. If you can download information and if you can read, that's enough. It has become that type of thing. Even PhDs, we are cut and paste, it has become. There is no research mind. Research, if we have research towards one's own self only, we can go out. If you go out, external world, if you want to understand, you have to go to the internal world. External world, need and greed or whatever it is, we cannot just analyze unless I understand. Krishna says, Dhyayato Vishayan Pumsa Sangasteshu Pajayate Sangat Sanjayate Krodho Abhijayate Krodhat Bhavate Sammoha Sammoha Buddhi Vibramaha Buddhi Vibramshat Buddhi Nasha Buddhi Nasha Pranashyati. What is the reason for all destruction? He has already given wonders. Now what you people are doing, alarmingly you are awakening the people through this summit, which he has told already that some dhyayato vishayan pumsa, attachment and aversion. One is you get attached to a person, one is you develop an aversion towards a person. Somebody makes a very good project, you don't want to accept, aversion. Somebody is giving very good philosophy for life and to be happy, you don't want. So that person is giving, why should I take? There is no human chain with humane values. First thing we have to work. I already told you, it's not so easy. I'm trying my level best. Still, I feel that I've done nothing. I've done nothing. Even all my writings, if you see, either in newspaper or in the published books also, I just see, we have to go to the root of the living philosophy, humane philosophy, which is practiced by people, and repeatedly, good things have to be repeatedly told. Now, if you want to grow rose in a garden, you have to take care so much. Finally, also, the insect may affect that. You may not get a beautiful flower. But for that, we cannot lose our confidence, lose our efforts. But weeds, they grow unnurtured. Unnurtured. We have to nurture it repeatedly. Otherwise, we will not get into this result. Today, I feel that the root cause of all the things happening today in our society, I don't want to name the atrocities and whatever the problems we are causing, either socially, economically, or physically, environmentally. Why in family? Why in education? Children, why should they commit suicide if they fail? Come on, this problem can anywhere be addressed. That child at the age of 10 and 11 and 12, they lose their life. And they are becoming very mentally wrecked in this competitive world. What is competition? To compete with yourself between do's and don'ts and wrong and right. And that is the thing we have to teach them. If you have got laziness, fight against your laziness. If you have got procrastination, fight against procrastination. If you have got uttering falsehood, you fight against that. If you can conquer yourself, you can conquer the world. But we are going to conquer the world, so we are losing the conquer the self. This is what is happening. So I don't know if I go on giving examples, what are the things happening to our youth and children? With all this, poor thing, they are contributing. They are really in a very era of digital and computer world, but science is missing, but technology is there. If science and technology goes hand in hand with spiritual or the philosophical vision, I think we can be happy. This is missing in education. Because we had logic. We had logic. I went to a Newcastle institution to address in UK. The first subject is logical reasoning and theory of knowledge, which I studied in post-graduation having taken philosophy. Otherwise, it is not there. In fact, all science subjects had logical reasoning. But there is no logical reasoning. First, you have to analyze, then you have to explain, then you can create your own. But now directly we are creating our own. So there is a lot of problems happening here. So I feel that ecology is not just, or ecosystem is man being the nucleus. He is operating all the things today. Earlier, all the things were operating and man was only a part of it. He was the crown of creation, man. Understand, today, man is becoming the crown of destruction. See, while destructing others, we are also destructing our own self, which we are not able to understand. I always tell children, you start talking something ill about others, you have already invited negative energy, my dear child. Your blood gets poisoned, your brain gets poisoned, and you lose the memory power. You should never talk ill about others. You should never talk bad about others. You should never think bad about others. You should never hurt others. I'm not telling to be a very perfection individual. But if you give 100, they will follow 10. But if you give 10, they won't follow even 1. So we have to go on giving this, because when I talk about this sustainable development, I have dealt at great length the environmental aspects right from 12th century, 16th and 17th century, and fall of the civilizations. Why it has fallen again, it is because of the human beings. Civilizations, so fall of Roman Empire, if anybody could analyze, I think you know very well it is the one person, one woman was caused for the fall of Roman Empire. That's enough. That's enough. So we have to be very, very, very alert. We have to take this example repeatedly. We have to go on analyzing all these things. I was very much moved by one particular incident, which I read long, long ago, which I have really dealt in my book on spirituality, that is Dharma Darshana. I told that one Japanese mother, she was really, during 1942, it seems, they wanted one child, that is son from every family. But she had only one son. She has nobody to look after her. And she was in her old age. So that time, so the government said no, because you have only one child. See, they were so ethical, and they told that we don't want your son for this thing, war and all, to be a soldier. The second day they see that the lady has committed suicide. She has died. Then she has left a note saying that if I am alive, my son will not get a golden opportunity to serve the country. If he is with me, he is only serving his mother. But if I am not there, he'll be serving the mother country itself. I think this is a beautiful thing which haunts me. It should haunt us, I'm telling you. I told, pondering and haunting. Such things we should promote. That's why Vivekananda told that education should become the source of inspiration, and teachers have to be transmitters to transfer the knowledge from the source to the student by electrification. It's not just giving it to them. Just very passionate, very passively you tell something. See, there is so many things to know. No, it is not. It will not. You should have emotion. You should live the content. It's not only walk the content, talk the content, live the content, project the content in your life and behavior and in your speech. This becomes the great source to do parivartan. Maybe, I think United Nations Sustainable Development Growth has taken all these things, and I think your SALN has joined hands with them, and your YugParivartan is very golden age. Everything is, I'm so thrilled about it, because what we think of it and you are putting it in practice, because everything goes with only talking in vein and in air. But anything to be put it in practice, I know how much it is difficult, because now I am inculcating the traditional values. I tell them, see, what is that manana? When you study, you have to first listen, shravana, manana, nididhyasana. Isn't that anybody should say that it is in Sanskrit or something? I don't want to know. No. So Sanskrit is a language, that's all. Let us not attach any sectarian thing to that. It's a very secular. As Max Muller says that if society has to evolve, philosophical urge should be there. Philosophical urge should be there. This was the traditional society. Today's society is, there is no urge for anything. There is only immediate result urge is there for everything. I know tomorrow what happens, even result, they will not wait and they will jump and they will finish off their lives, I think. Before that could happen, dangerous thing. I think your platform, your organization is trying, I would say, because it's very difficult to awaken the people who pretend to be sleeping. They're all not sleeping. They are pretending to be sleeping. Everybody knows that what is right and what is wrong. But how do we educate them is a big challenge. If you talk to anybody, they will say that all these things I know. But how to put it to practice? Now, policy makers, lawmakers, lawgivers, the judge, I think if he can be like the Japanese mother, how nice it is. There is another very solid episode where a landlady of a very rich landlord who has hoarded the whole grains and crops in his house in the godown. And that lady in a joint family, she has to work for 16 members and she cooks the food. She does everything. It's belonging to, I think today's woman, I'm not telling this. Today's woman, I don't know whether they cook for whether we cook for ourselves also has become a big problem. I think again, that is also another aspect to be addressed. When we work, the change of work gives a lot of energy, which women, we have to understand. We have to change of work is leisure, and that leisure gives the energy. And that lady, that landlady, I think after serving everybody, she sits alone and she takes her food. At that point, once, for a change, I'm telling you, for a change, that landlord goes, he's with all particular manly nature, he goes and says, why are you sitting and eating this thing? She'll be taking out a little from all the items what she had cooked, and she has kept it in a separate plate. And he's asking, why did you keep that in that other plate? She says, this is for the deserving person at the street end. It may be dog, it may be hungry man, it may be anybody, but the needy person I want to give daily, I'm giving this. And he said, what is this you're doing? If needy person, if the poor person, if a beggar has to be fed, I have ordered so much, you could have given from that. Why should you take it out from your plate? She says, understand this sustainable development for our people who are really self-centered and selfishness. She says, this is my outcome of my earning today. I have worked from morning now, and this food has come to me. You are working in the field. you bring it. That is not my earning. That is not the result of my earning. Is this possible? And she says, that is why whatever is in my plate, what is mine if I could give anybody, then the humanity evolves. What is not mine, I want to grab, the humanity devolves, decays. Mahatma Gandhi ji, when Kasturiba, somebody came and gave some 4 annas, she kept it in the mustard box, poor thing, poor lady. She forgot for 24 hours. Today evening they gave, tomorrow morning, not even 24 hours. Then when she wanted to season a temper something, she took the mustard. She thought, somebody's money, I've kept it in the mustard box. I didn't hand it over at that time itself. And she goes and takes an apology from Gandhiji. She says, sorry for keeping somebody's money for 12 hours in the mustard box of my kitchen. He says it cannot be excused. Even a single minute you cannot keep others' property. And it is a society's property. It is not your property. Then he apologizes in the Harijan paper. He apologizes. My wife has done this. I'm sorry. We cannot be the owners of the other's property. And so how can we be the owners of the nature which has come very sacred way? And we claim that everything, that this portion of one house is not enough, 100 houses are required, 100 cars are required, and all the forest well should be mine, all the mineral well should flourish. Don't we have all this philosophy? Should we, before getting into action, I think we have to prepare. Before cutting a tree, I think 55 minutes we have to sharpen the axe, and in 5 minutes we have to cut the tree. This is what I feel. I don't know whether I have done with my time, Mr. Hitesh ji. So I don't want to go
still
on.
3 minutes. 3 more
3
minutes.
minutes. Yeah. So I'm very happy. I'm very happy. So what I feel is, let us come to the thing that we are talking about. Alibis, I want to touch upon. Alibis is given even in Bhagavad Gita, even in our Upanishads, everything. They say that excuses are not to be given. Arjuna, you cannot give excuse. Don't talk about your grandfather. Don't talk about no blood relations, nothing. You do your duty and get away. I am there to give the fruit. Who are you to tell? This is very, very important for today. You study, you work, you do your duty, you leave it. I told you, it is already there. To every event, there is a cause, and a similar condition, same cause produces the same effect. It cannot produce some other effect. When you heat the iron, it cannot sublimate. It can only expand. When you heat the camphor, it can only sublimate. It cannot expand. This is the cause and effect. This we are failing to give. This, I always tell, I think I'm giving my children with all this practical Bhagavad Gita for day-to-day life. I'm giving the tenets of Buddhism, tenets of the, if you go, all roads lead to Rome, all rivers join the sea, and all religions lead to God. That's all. This we have to understand. This secular attitude has to be implanted. Because of the sectarian attitude, because of the selfishness and self-centeredness, I think the humanity is not evolving. Human being is becoming disastrous. And one more thing he alarms. Karmanasya bodhavyam cha vikarmanaha, akarmanasya bodhavyam gahana karmano gati. People talk about karma, girma and all. Karma is a fate, it is not fatal. For the fatalism, you are contributing. I am contributing for my fatalism. Nobody else can contribute. One thing we should understand. If where we have lost, only there we have to search for justice, just for peace. Where we have lost in the selfishness and self-centeredness and insatiate greed, that we have to do. Otherwise, there is no karma, vikarma, akarma. What you are supposed to do in the right time, in the right action, in the right position, in the right way. If you miss it, you will come across akarma. What you are not supposed to do, you will do. That's why in Jainism they told that Samyak Darshana Jnana Charitrani Moksha Marga. That's all. There is no God there, there is nobody. Samyak Darshana, vision. Samyak Charitra, your character, history, your personality. Then Samyak Charitra, Moksha Marga. 3 things. With these 3 things only, we can try to come. A simple things it is. But we have to give it in very nice capsule form. For people to really, I'll tell you, you can conduct this across the globe. If 10 people, I want to tell you, even if one person says that I've evolved, I think you can take 100 marks. It is so difficult. Even the part of a person to transform is so difficult, because I've been doing, I'm giving discourses and I'm giving a lot of work, but still I feel, but one thing is I'm very happy that when you call me that, when I talk, I am made to introspect within myself. No, ransacking the physical, the Panchabhutas and all. See, my father is to tell a very simple philosophy. Don't run the water unnecessarily, even the money will go out of your hand like that. Look at the caution one. If I have attachment for money, I will not waste water. So to say that don't waste water is to tell.
I think Dr. Geeta's video is again frozen. So anyways, I think the session from Dr. Geeta is complete. So Amitji, you can invite the next speaker of the day.
Are we waiting for Dr. Geeta to maybe come?
Yes,
Yeah,
she has come back. So let's have a
so
formal
that is
conclusion.
The thing. So I feel I would thank this Self-Actualized Leaders Network.
Okay, seems to be a network issue once again.
All right, so I think there is some technical issue, but then I think I will move forward and we will wait for Dr. Geeta to come back again, and we will thank her separately later. Now I take this opportunity to welcome the man behind this entire scene. So the third speaker of the day is our own Shri Hitesh Chandel ji. Shri Hitesh Chandel ji is the chief mentor of the Defined Value Consultants, founder of Project YugParivartan, the author of Code of Conduct for Citizens, and several other ways in which we can introduce him. But what blows away our mind is the conviction and self-belief that this frail structure of a human holds in himself. The confidence that he exudes when he says that he is accountable of every single event and action in the universe, with good and bad, is infectious. I got infected too, by the way. When he says that there is an avatar within each of us waiting to manifest and execute a grand mission, one believes him with ease and gets down to act and behave like one. Indeed, my proud privilege to be introducing him formally to this audience. Mr. Hitesh Chandel is the founder and chief mentor of Defined Value Consultants and author of leadership book called Code of Citizens Conduct. Prior to establishing his company, he worked with leading IT organizations for 14 years. There was something buried deep in his heart to channelize his spiritual energies towards development of his country and re-establish its status as Sone ki Chidiya, golden bird, and Vishwaguru, which is mentor of the world, which inspired him to do a deep research on the ancient Indian philosophy and contemporary Western organizational development philosophies to create a blended human and organizational development framework, Self-Actualized Leadership Development Program, which has best of both the worlds integrated into the same. He has spoken in more than 30 public seminars, workshops, and addressed more than about 10,000 audience, from college students to senior corporate professionals to politicians and freelance professionals from various domains. He has code-named a scope of his mission as Project YugParivartan, which is all-encompassing vision to bring golden age for humanity. His company, Defined Value Consultants Private Limited, achieved the 2015 Leaders Award by 24 MRC Network under the category Fastest Growing Consultancy Brand in Human Resources in Delhi NCR. Under his leadership, and also adjusted as 10 Most Promising Leadership Training Providers 2019 by Silicon India. He is also honored with Pride of India Award under the category Outstanding Individual Contributions in Serving the Nation. To summarize, he is an author, serial entrepreneur, spiritual revolutionary, leadership coach, and a visionary thought leader. Whatever has been accomplished by mankind has first been manifested by the mind of the man. And we have here the man who has manifested the New World Order in his mind and in the minds of hundreds, I think thousands. It is matter of the time that it will get manifested in the outside world. Presenting our chief mentor, Shri Hitesh Chandel.
Thanks, Amiji, for the wonderful introduction. Only one thing that I want to mention is that instead of 30 public seminars, I have spoken in around 500 public events so far, and this is continuing. It's kind of a full-time job of speaking in various forums now. Although the first phase of my career was quite a bit a reserved type of personality, wherein it was difficult to even talk to anyone who is stranger. So a lot of transformation has happened, which has taken me to my version 2.0, which today, and in the process of creating various clones, we have come very far now since last 10 years. And it is very heartening to see that this cloning process is working very well. And it is all happening due to the divine plan. There is nothing that I can technically claim that is my intellectual property. Although for the world to preserve certain things, at certain places, my name can be seen. So time has come when all of us should introspect and understand our avatars. An avatar is nothing but self-actualized person. The definition of avatar is coming down from a heightened state to perform. So it is like God coming down to the space-time world to perform as per the principles set by himself. And we in the human body just become the witness, the observer, to see that happening on its own. The principles through the phenomenon, which is eternal, which is built into the system. Already we are just becoming a nimit, a medium to make that happen. So all of us are born with that innate potentiality. It is high time that we should invoke and channelize that into converting into our manifested avatar. So avatar, although before we started this work, avatar was quite a big thing to even imagine, but now it is going to become a new normal. We need not 1 or 2 or 3 avatars for the current Project YugParivartan. We need 1 million, at least 1 million avatars for Project YugParivartan Phase 1, whose scope of work is to establish or re-establish Bharat or India as a Vishwa Guru to the rest of the world. And for this purpose, we are proposing goal number 0 to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, self-actualization of all leaders, without which it would be difficult to bring all leaders towards a common vision, towards a common destination. If all leaders of the world are not set to achieve a common destination, what we finally achieve would be a fragmented humanity. So it is high time that mentors of the world should come on the same platform, show that common vision to the world, and employ, deploy, delegate the work to create that golden age to each citizen of this planet. So today, although it is out of turn that I'm speaking, generally I love to be a moderator and speaker only in the events which is of an external agency, not organized by defined values consultants. But for today, for filling up the place for one of the speaker who had dropped off due to her emergency situation in the personal life. So I thought to fill it up by myself instead of searching for an alternative in the 11th hour. What I will cover today would just be an introduction to United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 16, as per the definition of the SDG Compass, one of the official agency of United Nations. So let me just share a screen, a presentation to introduce goal number 16 to all of you in a nutshell. Just a minute. UN SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. Three things coming together into one goal. And as we have covered that to some extent in the PYP Synergy meditation today, I will take it forward from there. So the full definition of this goal is promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. It is a very important goal, and it is clearly pointing towards something which cannot be achieved without mass awakening, without making large number of people self-realized, without invoking a sense of accountability into large number of people to not only self-realize, but also to self-actualize. Self-realization without actualization is equivalent to having a lot of money, but not using it at all. Unless that money is actualized, come out of all the lockers and work for the betterment of the humanity, all such money is useless, and the holders of those money are also useless. Same goes for self-realization. If we realize our soul, get enlightenment, and go to the forest or the mountains, and don't do anything for uplifting the humanity, then rest assured that person is not self-realized. That person is an illusion of being self-realized. It is like running away from the accountability. No true self-realized person can run away from the accountability. He may die doing the acts of accountability rather than living in a peaceful environment, in a forest, and not doing anything for the world. So when we talk about peace, justice, and strong institutions, it may be possible that you will lose your own peace while creating peace for others. I can recall one incident when one of the SALDP graduate was doubting whether I am self-realized or not for me. Because in that case, I will lose the moral authority to help other people self-realized. And the reason for such thinking was that he found me under stress. He found that my inner peace was largely affected. And with that single observation, he concluded that Hitesh Chandel is not self-realized. Of course, for all people who are on the path of self-actualization and self-realization, every such stimulus, whether it is in praise of you or a critic's comment, it is taken very seriously for introspection. So I did the same and thought through it whether getting stressed or distressed or losing peace of mind is a signal that you are not self-realized? So the answer that I got was kind of unpopular one, wherein I concluded that it may be possible for all those people to lose their peace who have set themselves to create peace for others. How could one be peaceful by seeing others in pain? How could one be peaceful when there is a climate emergency? How could one be at ease when a catastrophic failure of ecosystem is right at the brink? So peace temporarily may be compromised for ourselves in order to create peace for the masses. And this is exactly the self-actualized people understand. They are always on duty. Just like there was a movie in which it was said, a soldier is never off duty. Similarly, a self-realized, self-actualized person is also not off duty, due to which they may get fatigued, due to which they may get distressed, helpless at times, lose their peace, may do injustice with themselves, right? This may happen. So when we promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels, it may start by losing your peace. So don't worry if you lose peace in the process of creating peace for others. It is perfectly fine. Now, there are certain definitions which are given by SDG Compass. I'll just read them verbatim and give some more explanation added to it. The role of business. We all those people who are going through SALDP, the Self-Actualized Leadership Development Program, they understand the importance of business, importance of money, material, earth. And they also understand that it is not against scriptures to think about money, because scriptures give us 4 aims, 4 purusharths, 4 objectives: dharma, artha, kama, moksha. Dharma is the need of our buddhi or intellect. Arth is the need of man or subconscious mind. Kam or pleasures is the need of the body. And moksha or liberation is the need of the soul. And all 4 have to be achieved. So all those prejudices or popular opinions against the business person is not logical. Profit motive, making profit, all of these have to be seen in a larger context rather than with a very limited understanding of the usefulness of business, of the importance of business. Same is understood by United Nations also. They have seen it in a larger perspective. That is, it is important that we give an environment, a peaceful environment with effective institutions where we can predict the operating cost, where we can deliver a peaceful and stable working environment. Because any instability in the working environment in a particular area would lead to disturbance of the energy flow in all the business houses of that locality, which results into a lose-lose situation for the government, for the business, for the citizens. Only those people would win who wanted to create that ruckus, that disturbance at the first place. So this goal clearly says that business thrives in peaceful environments with effective institutions where operating costs are predictable and working environments are stable. Failure to implement responsible business practices can result in additional costs and risks, financial or legal or reputational, or all of them, to the business itself, and can exacerbate tensions and instability in society and undermine the rule of law. It will disturb the livelihood of people. It will disturb the overall economic flow. It would disturb the fulfillment of basic necessities and create mental tension, which is useless. If at all you need to take tension, take it with attention. Attention taken with attention, a responsibility taken with alertness, with satark mind, will always lead to a solution. Corruption causes inefficiencies in markets because it renders transaction costs uncertain and is anti-competitive and hampers businesses' ability to comply with human rights and other obligations. While we work on the two objectives of soul and mind respectively, moksha and dharma, we need not be calculative. We should be very clear that when we are working on the objectives of dharma and moksha, we need not be calculative, we need to be committed. But when it comes to the economic management of the systems, a rigorous calculation has to be done to make it a predictable result. In fact, the entire management is called as managing the certain parameters, the health parameters of the ecosystem, which are predictable. If they are not predictable at all, then only it will become a VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, chaotic, and ambiguous. So when these calculations are disturbed extensively, it will result into several other problems for the world. And we have seen that in the case of corona-induced lockdowns. With the initial respite during the lockdowns, wherein people enjoyed more time with their families, right? The tension, the stress of the people was relieved. And especially when it has happened in the times where the technology has grown to an extent that people were easily enjoying at their home if they have laptops, mobiles, TVs, smart TVs, and internet connection. The life became easy for a short while, only to become hugely difficult as an after effect, which has come with a lag period. Today's economic situation of the world has grown to very high proportions. Even there are voices from United Nations circles itself that United Nations is losing confidence on achieving their own goals by 2030. That means the world's largest organization, after which there is no say, right? If they can't do it, then who else will do it? Do we have strong institutions available other than United Nations today who can help us avert the global disaster in the making? So the answer to that was a clear no. There is no such institutions higher than United Nations which is available today in a formal shape, which can help us at least do the damage control of the humongous damage coming our way, right? So this was the reason why we needed an organization which is Vishwaguru. United Nations is a Vishwa Samrat organization, the leadership organization. We need an organization higher than that, because when you go by the hierarchy, it is like workers giving vision to the workers getting vision from the managers getting vision from the leaders. Now, if the leaders have lost their vision, or if their vision is restricted, it has achieved its peak without solving the problems, then it means we have to go back to the mentors to enhance our vision. And this exactly is the reason why Defined Values Consultants was launched as a Vishwaguru organization, which aims to defragment the entire vision, the entire philosophy, the entire number of schools of thoughts which today coexist as an ideology. When we talk about ideology, it has to be ideal. If there are multiple conflicting versions of ideologies available in the ecosystem, we are setting ourselves to a fragmented mandate anyway. So a common ideology must be presented. It is the need of the time. In fact, every ideology in every civilization was set up to integrate all the human beings of that locality towards a common vision, a common set of parameters to measure the performance of the people, right? Whether it is Hinduism, Vedic system, Islam, Christianity, constitutions of the countries, all of them were set up to integrate human beings into a common unit, right? So what about the entire world as an organization? Do we have a common vision for the world? Right? Even if we have a common vision, do we have a common implementation systems to convert that vision into reality? So that's clearly not there. So Code of Citizens Conduct, which is authored in the state of Samadhi, clearly gives us a macro level vision which can bring the entire humanity as one country, one family, one workplace, and one God or one ideology. It will give us those benchmarks which will help us defragment the various ideologies and make it one. We are already in the process of setting up common minimum program and various platforms to discuss further so that we can arrive at the common maximum program, right? So business houses have a huge role to play over here. By contrast, a responsible business can, through its core business, strategic social investment, public policy engagement, and collective action, can make meaningful contributions to lasting peace, development, and prosperity, while ensuring long-term business success. So when we say businesses should not be set up with a profit motive, we are actually countering the very objective for which it got its definition. Instead, if we can make the definition broader and say that all businesses of the world should remain profitable so that all constituents of that business house remain nourished with peace, with development, with prosperity. Nobody loses. Let everyone win. If we do too much restrictions, if we send too much restrictive energies towards the Lakshmi, towards the money, towards the profitability, it will start killing the prosperity. So it has to be seen in a larger perspective, whether countering profit motive in two loud words without understanding the whole context of Artha-Vyavastha of economy is right or wrong. There are two principles given in Ashtanga Yoga by Maharishi Patanjali to keep the balance between profit as well as prosperity of others. These two principles come under the first limb of yoga, yam. Aparigraha and asteya. Aparigraha means taking only that much from the ecosystem which is required, not taking less, not taking more. Don't send this signal to the universe that give me lesser than what I need. Right? So our Aparigraha principle helps us understand and help us right size ourselves instead of becoming taller than required or remaining dwarf. Samuchit dhan, appropriate, adequate economic systems for all families of the world. Right? So this principle helps us there. Second is asteya, non-stealing, not taking anything from the ecosystem which doesn't rightly belong to us, which is not an outcome of the fruits of our actions. If we follow that if we bring these two principles into our DNA, everyone in the world will be prosperous. And we will be able to achieve Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, Sarve Santu Niramaya. Everyone should be healthy, everyone should be disease-free, everyone should be prosperous. India was once known as Sone Ki Chidiya also. And when we say we are setting up for a new world order, we are talking about golden age. It's not about the gold as a metal. It is about prosperity, sampannata. By focusing on the ways responsible business contributes to advancing these three dimensions of sustainable development, conducting business responsibly in high-risk areas, fighting corruption, and respect and support for the rule of law, business can contribute to more peaceful and inclusive societies and support effective and accountable institutions. Now, the key business themes addressed by this SDG are effective, accountable, and transparent governance. We have done some research on types of governance, and we have found that there are 20 prominent systems of governance available on this planet during various times. So time has come when we arrive at one single type of governance for the entire world based on eternal principles, right? All these things which are created in space and time needs a realignment with the eternal principles after a certain period of time. So time has come to revisit all these systems: capitalism, democracy, autocracy, hypocrisy, right? Dictatorship. All of these should be seen, and best of all worlds, best of all governance systems should be brought to make the 21st type of governance system for the 21st century. Compliance with laws and regulations, anti-corruption, public access to information, which is implemented through policies and laws like right to information, physical and economic displacement, and inclusive decision-making are the key themes addressed by this goal number 16 of UN SDG. Some examples of key business actions and solutions provided are: comply with laws and seek to meet international standards, require and support business partners to do the same. So as I'm saying that we need to arrive at a common maximum program, having a common set of international standards. And every progressed society or country must help all those who are lagging behind to bring them up and running. towards these international standards as fast as possible. We don't have time. Time is the most costly resource. We have to do it really very fast. It is actually super emergency. Commit to and implement conflict-sensitive, lawful, and transparent operational policies and practices, including on human resources, public and corporate procurement, and in the value chain more generally. Conduct risk and impact assessments to identify and mitigate risks of contributing to corruption, violence, and conflict, and weakening of the rule of law, and identify opportunities for positive impacts. Measure and report on implementation progress. And in fact, our first speaker of the day was saying that there are no milestones, intermediate milestones, only a date 2030. This is not how we can measure our progress or whether we will be on time on 2030. And it is highly surprising to know if it doesn't exist. If this type of measurement is not existing in UNSDGs, it is very surprising, right? So measure and report on implementation progress, including on operations in high-risk areas. Engage in public-private dialogues, partnerships, and collective action in conflict prevention, peacekeeping, peace building, and anti-corruption and the rule of law. It is very critical that peace should not only be achieved for certain areas on this planet. It has to be Sarvbhaumik. It has to be all-encompassing, right? A leader, a self-actualized leader, should not be at peace if anyone else on the planet has lost their peace. We have seen a very difficult situation arriving at Afghanistan. It was like the most progressive society or the most progressive government system of the world has given the reins in the hands of most regressive governance system of the world. And the world is just observing as a witness. Not enough is being done. So the situation has come to such a drastic level wherein people have to sell their children to eat food. And in SLDP terms, the vacation of the control of Afghanistan by the United States has led to the common citizens pushed back to S1 levels. S1 is helplessness, asahaya. And the world is not doing enough to help them. Is this how we imagine a golden age for everyone? A lot has to be done. Now, in the interest of time, I'll just quickly read the rest of the description verbatim. In some areas, I may explain further. So when we talk about partnerships, it is important. Public-private dialogues. In fact, this forum itself is an implementation of UNSDG. We're engaging in public-private dialogues. We are engaging in partnerships, bringing everyone on Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform. We are setting ourselves up to collective actions so that we can prevent all those conflicts which can easily be seen as a possibility in near future, right? So every such self-actualizing person must see it coming our way and prevent it by all means. Now, examples of key business indicators to measure are UN Global Compact Oxfam Poverty Footprint, PF 6.19. It says, does the company publicly state it will work against corruption in all its forms, including bribery and extortion? So all companies have to be vocal about it. in their public communication. And it has to be repeated, as ma'am has rightly said. All good things should be reminded again and again. People may have a short memory, they may forget. Right? So conducting such events repeatedly is also important. And we will continue to do that. Every month we will do global summits. Access to Medicine Index, A.3.4. The company has a system in place to incorporate external and local market perspectives on access to medicine needs in the development and implementation of access strategies. So this is one more index through which it is measured. The Women's Empowerment Principles, reporting on progress. Does the business have an explicit, well-publicized policy of zero tolerance towards gender-based violence and harassment? Is there a confidential complaint procedure? And this is the reason how it is being driven into various big organizations where there is the POSH law, it applies, and several committees are set up whenever there is such case reported. Then GRI G4 Sustainability Reporting Guidelines, G456, which says describe the organization's values, principles, standards, and norms of behavior, such as codes of conduct and codes of ethics. So I myself have worked with several big MNC organizations in my first phase of the career in IT industry, and I've seen all those code of conducts and code of ethics. We had to go through all these trainings, compulsory trainings, to understand the code of conduct and code of ethics, right? So that any violation, it's like we cannot plead ignorance. We have to be aware of all these code of conducts and code of ethics. And in fact, the name of my book, Code of Citizens Conduct, is derived from those code of conducts that I've seen in my previous employers. That is there a code of conduct for every human being on this planet, which we can propose to them as a guideline to enter into the golden age. So these are few pointers. There are several more indicators. You can see the complete overview of these business indicators at www.sdgcompass.org. Now coming to examples of key business tools, UN Global Compact, Oxfam Poverty Footprint, the Bribe Payers Index, the Anti-Bribery Checklist, Social Hotspots Database Portal, Impact Reporting and Investment Standards, Human Rights Compliance Assessment, and the complete overview of business tools can be found again at www.sdgcompass.org. It is said in the management terminology that you cannot improve anything which you don't measure. So it is important to set up the measurement criteria and a measurement process to understand whether we are growing towards the golden age or not. And for this, we are setting up 10 task forces, one of which will be dedicated to measure the progress of Project YugParivartan towards a milestone 4th June 2025. So these 10 task forces will be launched on 22nd of October 2021 during the SAL and summit itself. So kindly be there to see the macro to slightly micro level conversion of the mission and the vision of Project YugParivartan. So the SDG targets, 2 more slides are there. Significantly reduce all forms of violence and related death rates everywhere, right? End abuse, exploitation, trafficking, and all forms of violence against and torture of children. Promote the rule of law at the national and international levels and ensure equal access to justice for all. By 2030, significantly reduce illicit financial and arms flows, strengthen the recovery and return of stolen assets, and combat all forms of organized crime. Substantially reduce corruption and bribery in all their forms. Develop effective, accountable, and transparent institutions at all levels, and ensure responsive, inclusive, participatory, and representative decision-making at all levels. broaden and strengthen the participation of developing countries in the institutions of global governance. By 2030, provide legal identity for all, including birth registration, ensure public access to information, and protect fundamental freedoms in accordance with national legislation and international agreements. Strengthen relevant national institutions, including through international cooperation, for building capacity at all levels, in particular in developing countries, to prevent violence and combat terrorism and crime. And promote and enforce non-discriminatory laws and policies for sustainable development. So with this, I end this formal introduction to the UN SDG, goal number 16. Just few more words before I end my session. That Defined Values Consultants and the Project YugParivartan team has taken accountability of everything that is going wrong in the ecosystem today as part of our realization that it is anyways an accountability of each soul carrying a human body in this life. So all that is covered by the United Nations, we will make use of it, right? And we have taken accountability of all these 17 goals, and that's why we are launching these 17 platforms on 22nd October. In addition to that, whatever is not covered by the UN SDG, right? And in fact, ma'am was, somebody was, I think ma'am or Mr. Iyer was rightly saying that the situation, these United Nations Sustainable Development Goals should not have been there at first place if we all have followed our accountability proactively, right? So following these is like doing or undoing what we have done wrong. If we start doing things right at the first place, this situation would never happen. But nevertheless, let us now not do further delay and propose goal number 0, self-actualization of all leaders, so that everything which is not covered by the UN SDG, the 17 UN SDGs can be taken care by the goal number 0 itself. I need help from all of you. All of you come forward with whatever contribution you can make, whether it is your time, your energy, your network, finances, or further detailing about any piece of wisdom, knowledge, or technical aspects, whatever you can contribute, please come forward and join Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform. So with this, I end my session and hand it over to my colleague, Mr. Amit Agarwal, to invite our 4th speaker of the day on the dais.
Thank you, Hitesh. I've been associated with you for past 1 year and I've seen the progress. It's a grand mission and I will second yes. I think it's time for all of us to take the accountability and not just live and die and not utilize this precious life. Okay, moving on to the last but not the least speaker of the day. Allow me to welcome Mr. Bong Wong Justin Brin Yu. He is a human rights protection and inclusive humanitarian professional. He is critical in analysis and a problem solver with about 5 years of experience in human rights and emergency humanitarian response, and with 15 years community development work. He is always looking for holistic and innovative ways to render humanity a service at transnational level. His remaining intro goes like this. Skilled in inclusive emergency protection, prevention and response activities, able to facilitate access to service via human rights promotion and protection activities with records at CHRDA with successful humanitarian protection, access negotiation and security with CMCOORD, administrative assistant disability and inclusion, vocational training and rehabilitation of PWDs in partnership with Bamenda, relief and recovery campaign and advocacy, peace building under WILPF Cameroon, humanitarian research with JPS Bamenda and CHRDA WILPF Cameroon, communication and social media management, program project management support, program analysis on NWSW humanitarian response, vulnerability assessment and targeting for distribution of relief goods through the ODK app under Reach Out and World Food Program NWSW 2021, third-party monitoring, warehouse monitoring, distribution monitoring, and post-distribution monitoring, ICLA programming, capacity building, data collection through open data kits, surveys, focus group management, questionnaire administering, analysis and reporting, community development, and mobilization and participation. GBV, and is also a GBV actor trained by Kumunsod and UNFPA. Mr. Bongwong works in the field of human rights monitoring, documentation, reporting and advocacy, program design, implementation and monitoring under CHRDA. He has volunteered at World Merit as Global Head of Events, United Nations Women as Global Champion for Women Economic Empowerment 2016. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Bongwong.
Amit, I just checked. I think he has not yet logged in. So I'm just trying to contact him.
Yeah, sure.
In the meantime, I request all the audience to be ready with your question. Okay, in the meantime, if we have all the three speakers of the day available, let us start with the panel discussion first, and then we can take the session from Mr. Bongwong. Devesh ji, kindly invite Geeta ji to join back in the panel discussion. Okay, let us also utilize this time for any straight questions that you have for me till the time our speakers join back. And you can have questions pointed to Dr. Kumar Iyer as well. Yes, T. Help Farhana Praveen ji, your question, please. So you are allowed to talk now. You can unmute yourself and ask your question, Farhana ji.
Good afternoon, sir. This question was posed by me a bit back, some time back, but I think this should be addressed, and this is the most neglected part of our societies. The generation that we are going to bring, that is to be taken care of. As I've said earlier, it's the Israelis people who take care of their generation before they come into this world. They are taken care of. This newly wed couples, they are being given a good amount of direction and everything, how they should behave themselves, and also how they should be prepared to bring the new generation into the society. And also a lot of help is given to the new generation to bring them up into the responsible citizens of this planet. And this part is being mostly neglected in our Indian society. The mother who is expecting, she is put under great pressure by the society also. And I feel, how is she going to cope with all the situations, and how is she going to bring a good citizen into this world? This is actually should be addressed, and this problem should be solved, and the environment that they bring good citizens into the society, and this actually should be addressed and this should be solved. Many other aspects are also there emotionally also. Emotionally, the mother and the both of the parents should be prepared to bring into the generation to this world. And emotionally, they should be well equipped with their own ideas and everything, how they should care about their young children, about their own citizens of this planet. And great, I think, ideas should be there, and help should be there for the new parents who bring children into this world.
Yes, a very good question indeed. I would like Dr. Kumar Iyer to respond to this first, and then I'll also take it up.
Yeah, Ms. Parveen, the question is actually one of value systems. I mean, this is something which we are seeing today. Whereas in the older generations, if you thought about it, because of our family structure, because of the way we used to live, we never had this problem of younger generation having to be prepared to become parents. Because of the joint family structure, there were always elders in the home who were there available to guide us, to take us through the paces. And even if the young couples did not know if they were doing something wrong or if they were not doing it correctly, the elders were there to step in and make sure that no harm was done. Now what has happened is, because of the modern way of lifestyle, we have all become unitary families. So what is happening is, we are now being kept away from this advice, this support structure which we used to have. And most importantly, what is happening is that we are treating our elders as a burden, rather than realizing the value that they can create in our lives. So unless we change our thought processes, unless we change our attitude towards the elders, unless we change our thinking that we know everything and we are open to learning, unfortunately, this thing is not going to change. So my suggestion would be that let us go back to the olden times and take what was good at that point in time. We need to marry ancient schools of thought with modern technology. But saying that everything that happened before is a hindrance, is a botheration, I am losing my independence or whatever, these are small price to pay for the benefits that that system brings to us in our day-to-day lives. I hope this answers your question.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks, Dr. Kumar. And I'll add to it, Farhana ji, from the perspective of Project YugParivartan platform. We are proposing that all three generations, the generation wherein the person is developed to be a God, right? All of us are at our peak potential, are God manifested only, right? So education system actually should do that. The primary objective of the education system should be to develop us as gods, which means take us towards maximum potential. There is a proper procedure mentioned in the various ancient scriptures to develop human beings towards their maximum potential, from where they can see the world from God's point of view. Otherwise, it will remain as per our own illusionary point of view. So first thing is this. Second is the generation which performs, which is actually giving their efforts towards sustenance of the overall civilizations. The younger generation, after student life and before retirement. So that span of time is wherein people perform. So these are also taken care, the needs of that generation is also taken care within the design of the wise city model that we're proposing, because many things are very poorly designed in the current system of the world in various cities. If you do not put the right number of components, the right components in a localized environment, right, then it will not fulfill certain very critical needs. So we are bringing a localized environment of 2 by 2 kilometers as a wise city, which will be replicated across the planet, and each of the wise city will be sufficient to handle all such issues. So all three generations, the generation which is developing, the generation which is performing, and the generation which is in the resting phase or retired phase, all their needs will be taken care. For this old age people, we have a component called as Vanaprasthashram in each of the wise cities, where all needs of the old age people can be taken care of, right? There is a Gurukulam system, the wise school system in every wise city, wherein all the needs for the development of human beings, learning of the human beings will be taken care of. And the performing generation will not see the previous generation or the next generation as a burden, because the previous generation and the next generation will be considered as a national assets rather than just part of one biological family, right? Every new citizen born on the planet would be considered as a national or international or global asset. The same may be what you have observed in Israel. It was there in the ancient Indian system also, that starting from the conception, even there was a preparation for conception also. So pre-conception processes or sanskars, then conception processes, garbhadharan sanskar, then during the garbhavastha or the pregnancy stage sanskars, and then so on till the antim sanskar, that is cremation. So all of that was properly defined in an effective way. So as Dr. Kumar has rightly said, we have to go back to our roots. And in fact, it clearly reflects what one of the chapters in the Code of Citizens Conduct, the chapter name is New World Order, Back to the Oldest One. Right? The oldest one, which was the outcome of the most organized minds, self-realized and self-actualized minds, is what we need today again. So I hope you have got your answer completely, Farhanaji.
Thank you, sir. And Kumar, sir, I'm thankful to you also, to both of you. But what I feel is that one of the things which is of prime importance is that a child develops his brain and everything within 5 years of his age, 0 to 5 years of his age. So that part should be specially taken care of. And special guidance should be there given to those parents, especially to the mothers, so that they can train their child for the future life. That period 0 to 5 years is of utmost importance in the whole of the life of a person. So that should be taken care of. What I mean to say is that this part should be given special importance, special training should be given to mothers. And I think it's not the work of the teachers, because the child enters after 3.5 years or 4 or so. And before that, most of the part of his brain gets developed while he is with his mother or with his parents or with his family members. So his family members, his mother especially, should be taken care of, and special importance should be given to this to the motherhood, and to both to the mother and father also, both of them. And special training should be given so that they can bring up the child in a proper way.
Yes, you're right. So Kumarji, do you want to add something?
Well, it again goes back to the same thing, Hiteshji, what we have been saying, that when we were living in the older system of joint family, this development, all-round development of the children was taking place because there was no such concept of this is my child or this is your child. The concept was this is our child. our family, our children. So whether it was my direct child, or it was my brother's child, or it was my cousin's child, everyone was treated as the same thing. When things used to come home, it used to be distributed equally to everyone. So everyone, the children also grew up with a feeling of belonging to each other, a feeling of camaraderie, a feeling of sharing and giving. Now, when it has moved out to an unitary family, then everything has become mine. My this, my this, my this. It is no longer our. That is the change which has to happen. So what Ms. Farhana is saying, these things can to some extent be reversed, because these ideas of empathy, the ideas of belonging in a community will come only if you live with people. Whereas if you are living by yourself and spending most of your time on gadgets, today if you see, even parents are giving 8-month, 10-month-old children a mobile phone in the hand and saying, watch this. How is that child ever going to develop social skills? How is the child ever going to develop empathy? How is the child ever going to develop a sense of camaraderie? And by the time they go to school, which is about 4 years of age, most of the brain development has already happened. So I would again like to just add that let's take what was good in our history. Let us take what is good in our society from the past and adapt it to modern society to the maximum possible extent. Use technology to our advantage, but let us not give up on what we have been, what has been working very well for us, and blindly ape what is happening in the Western world.
Yeah,
Farhana-ji,
great
I
idea,
think,
sir.
Very
I hope
rightly.
this
Yes, very rightly
is.
said, Dr. Kumar. And just for Hanaji, I would like to add one more point to it. The technical aspect of this concept called as brain develops during first 5 years may be correct, but at the same time, seems to be inconclusive, because people develop even after that. It may be possible that the hardware, the brain may get developed during first 5 years, but the mind will continue to grow throughout the life. Right, the software of that brain will continue to grow throughout life. So if something is missed during first 5 years of development, it doesn't mean that people cannot be reformed again. Right, the beauty of human species is that we are reprogrammable. Badalne wala chahiye. Right, it is very restrictive to say that humans cannot change, or we cannot change human beings. We
Yeah, you are
can
true.
change them at any stage of life.
Yeah, you're true, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, Farhana-ji. So let me now go to my the next hand raised from Mr.
Thanks
M.
from my side.
Thank you, Farhana. Mr. M. Rao S. Kindly ask your question.
Yeah, it's not exactly a question, but a continuation of Mr. Kumar's comment, Dr. Kumar's comment. I would like to say that whatever you have been talking is kind of a situation where we had common families, joint families, but what we have to probably evolve is a system which is suitable for nuclear families. And this is going to be the norm, I think, in the future, because those days of joint families are gone. And as you have been pointing out also, there's a need for a nuclear family structured program to sort of enhance the whatever it is, growth, you may call it a growth, I call it a growth of consciousness in individuals, so that we come to a feeling of what you are calling it as a self-actualized persons, self-realized souls. Thank you.
Right. In fact, in the Wise City model, the bifurcation of these 3 stages of life also means that these 3 stages, people will remain independent of the other. Like when we are in student life, the problems of the Grahast ashram or the Vanprasth ashram should not affect the student life. Right? Let students from any background, any family background, start from the same pedestal. Because what happens today is, when the newborn baby when grows to the school going age, goes to school, then the financial situation, the economic situation, the mental situation of the parents play a very big role in the development of the child, which we want to make immaterial. We want everyone to start from the same pedestal, get the equal support system, and the ecosystem should become a kind of an equal opportunity employer. Right? For that, they need to be disconnected from the Grahastha ashram. They will live, they will have their school in the same 2 by 2 kilometer vicinity, but they will live in the hostel of the school rather than living with the Grahastha ashram. There is one more, of course, there is the pros and cons of everything. We will discuss that during the Synergy Platform meetings. For the Grahastha ashram, most of the time, the relationship between husband and wife achieves a low when they get issues, when they get children. Right? It is the responsibility sharing of the children which several times become a cause of conflict between husband and wife, because they are no more able to give quality time to each other as they were able to give before the kids were born. So that results into a lot of disturbance in the Grahastha ashram also. So separating the Brahmacharya ashram or the student life from the Grahastha ashram will add value to both the ashrams. Finally, the old age people should not become a burden to the Grahastha ashram. And at the same time, they should get an opportunity to disassociate, disconnect, or detach from the Grahastha ashram so that they can pursue the higher goals of the soul through Vanprastha ashram and Sannyasa ashram. So this is how it was designed originally, right? There, of course, when people retire, they retire from the office and they become full-time in the home, right? So when will they retire from home? So there should be a time, a milestone, right situation wherein they should also retire from Grahastha ashram. So that facility currently is not there. Due to the love and belongingness, due to the emotional aspects, we are considering as if not detaching from the worldly things and staying in the Grahastha ashram or in a love and belongingness environment, even after retirement, is good for human beings. Actually, it is not. It is like from the beginning of the life, the graph of the consciousness grows like this, and after achieving its peak and after retirement, it comes back, comes down. Why? It should continue to grow. People in the retirement age, 60 plus, they should continue to grow in consciousness and leave this body at a highest point rather than coming back to the lower chakras and exiting from there. So it is totally scientific and spiritual to leave the world from the peak, when you are at the peak of your consciousness rather than at a lower level. So Y-City model will take care of that aspect also.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. Next question is from Mr. Basav Raj Reddy. Please ask your question.
Sir, as far as this visible activities are concerned, we are dealing with all these things, but there are invisible forces that are also acting upon the sequences, the person in which he was brought out, and the association with which he was associated with so many people, whether they are living or not living. So even those forces are also be acting upon him. How best we can take care of all those things?
Yes, Dr. Kumar, can you respond to this question?
See, we are always being bombarded with stimuli, whether they are visible or invisible, and we respond to these stimuli based on our background, and whether it is an upbringing background or whether it is our educational background or whether it is our current background, where depending on our domestic arrangements as they exist today. Now, the point, and that is exactly what the UN SDG 16 talks about, which is of having equal opportunities for everyone. That is what is defined by justice, and having a strong institutional background, which will ensure two things. One, that these stimuli which are being bombarded, which we are being bombarded with, the negative stimuli can be minimized. And the second thing is by having, I mean, we are not saying we are creating a system of robots, but we are trying to create a situation where the response of the persons who are facing these stimulus, their response is more in sync with what is a principled approach, rather than having a random response which can disturb the fabric of society. So in a way, it also talks, I mean, we are looking at creating a system or creating conditions where the response would be of a more self-actualized person rather than of a person who is building an edifice on his greed. So that is what we are striving to do, whether it be through the ultimate goal of the SDGs, or whether it is through the Project YugParivartan. We are trying to create a generation of self-actualized persons, someone who thinks about us before he thinks about me. That is what we are actually trying to do, and hopefully with support of everyone we will achieve this goal.
Thanks once again, Dr. Kumar. And as I am also the one of the panelists today, so I would also like to add more to it. You very rightly said about this stimuli and response. When the mind of the human beings is at a very low consciousness, very low frequency, then for the stimuli that is coming to the person, he will react, right? And for reaction, you don't need to choose anything. It just happens, right? What you need to choose is when you respond. And this just small shift from reaction to response takes a whole lot of preparation behind the scenes before you can actually respond. All the learnings that we have, the grooming that we get through our education system, the environment in which our mind is nourished, and all the burden of that experience. Of course, when I say burden of experience, it means many a times it happens that we become victim of our own experiences. And we try to unload those experiences on other people without understanding the fact that those experiences were received under a given space-time situation and may not be generalized, right? So our mind is cultivated through these three E's: education, environment, and experience, based on which either we will react or we will respond. So if an overall environment of self-actualization energy flow is there in the ecosystem, as we are proposing through the Wise City models, then automatically people's ability to respond to even the negative stimulus would become positive, right? It is like, you must have heard about this quotation: great people build monuments, from the stone people throw at them. So it's not like stone for a stone. It is like collecting the stones, collecting all the criticism, all the negative energy people are sending towards you, and then processing that to convert that into positive energy and give it back. Right? Same is reflected from the actions of several self-actualizing people in the past as well. A simple example could be Mahatma Gandhi, when he said that if somebody slaps you on one face, then put your another side of the face in front of the person. What he means behind this metaphor was that to change the heart of even your opponents, you have to respond in a way which actually makes them feel and think that, is it worthwhile, is it right to slap a person, or there are other ways of communication, even in the situations of conflict. That's how this global peace of goal number 16 can be achieved. Tit for tat will not result into global peace achievement. Somewhere we have to manifest, we have to practice our high human values like tolerance, patience, forgiveness. They are not just to be read from a book and feel good about it. They have to be practiced in every transaction that we do with the world. For every transaction and for every response that we give to the stimuli, all these high-end principles should be processed with the speed of light to arrive at an action which change the entire tide towards the right direction. And that's where self-actualization comes into picture. All those people who are in the self-actualization zone, they think with the speed of light. They can calculate all these eternal principles, derive the right actions through all these infinite eternal principles, and arrive at the best response. So this is the reason why we are coming up with self-actualized leadership development program also. We need to have all citizens getting an opportunity to self-actualize. So I hope Basavrajji, you are satisfied with the overall communication, or you can ask any additional question.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, other questions, please. If somebody has any question, please do ask it. Raise your hand. Arvindji, do you have any question? Our fourth speaker of the day, Mr. Von Wong, had some confusion about the timing due to the different time zone from which he had to speak. And this has resulted into his no-show in the session today. So we will invite him in some other forum in future. We will continue all these extensive discussions, brainstormings, fact-finding, research, preparing outcomes, and creating action plan for all the volunteers and all the people who are joining hands with Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform. So that will continue. Okay, so other speakers who have ever spoken in the PYP forums, I am upgrading them to the panelists. So you can also join as a panelist and respond to the questions that are coming from the audience today. So Dr. Preeti Srivastav, I am upgrading you to panelist. Dr. Ashok Kumar Gupta, please accept this audience upgrade. Anyone else who is currently in the audience but has spoken in our forums, kindly raise hand so that I can upgrade you to the panelist as well. Okay. Yeah, Miji.
You were asking any question. Would you like to just spend a minute on the SALDP course that we run, and also maybe when we'd like to have it next for the sake of the audience?
Yeah, so basically based on, so let me just give a quick background first. So Self-Actualized Leadership Development Program with an acronym SALDP is that game changer which will take the world towards the golden age, towards Satyug, or the age of truth, or Daur-e Haq. Why? Because it has diagnosed the current state of evolution. It is giving a benchmark so that people themselves can diagnose the gap between their current state of the evolution vis-a-vis the maximum state of evolution that they can achieve. Because unless you know how much more ground to cover, you will not be able to do a gap analysis. And the soul may feel tired, whether it is growing towards the destination or not. Only visionary people know the destination. All those people who are not able to see the vision, they are just moving forward with a gut feeling, not with clear decisiveness or nishchayatmak buddhi. Why it happens is because every action goes through 4 stages. The first stage is envisioning. The second stage is reasoning. The third stage is processing. And the fourth stage is doing. Now, these 4 stages are processed by or handled by the 4 dimensions of existence that is given to us. The doing can only be done by the body. Unless the body acts, unless our karmendriya does an action, the action will not happen. The body is our worker. Unless our worker works, the work has not happened. The second stage is the stage higher than this, before doing, is processing. If you have not processed the stimulus properly, if you have not processed the action properly, or the action plan properly, doing will have an error, a defect. So now this processing is done by our subconscious mind or man, right? So it will process the material, it will process the people, it will process the situation to arrive at an action plan to be done by the body. Now, higher than that is what is working behind the scene is reasoning. You can only process a reason. If you are processing without reason, it is an endless process, not knowing any direction. Just processing, and this is exactly which results into depression. This is exactly what results into stress. Because when we process without the reason, it will lead to a mental fatigue. So behind every processing, there should be a reasoning. The subconscious mind within us is the operator of this human machine and can be related to our management role. Processing is the role of a manager. So we have our body as a worker, we have our subconscious mind as a manager, and then we have our conscious mind as a leader, which does the reasoning. So if we have not reached to our conscious mind, we will not be able to reason, right? It is the reasoning, it is the conscious mind which is the leader within us. Satark. A self-actualized mind is satark. That means always with tark, always with logic. Without logic, if you process, it will be a useless process, right? So if we have not enabled our third faculty, that is the faculty of mind, the faculty of conscious mind, then we will not be able to reason it well. And if you are on a leadership position, reason is the single most important factor which defines your leadership ability. Even if you don't have the skills to do something, but if you have a reason and intent to do it, the skills will follow. And this is where even Mahatma Gandhi has said, have the purpose, the means will follow. If you have the meaning, the means will follow. If you have the sense of accountability, then space of influence will automatically grow. Now the fourth faculty within us is envisioning. Envisioning cannot be done by the body. Envisioning cannot be done by the subconscious mind or man. Envisioning cannot even be done by a mind. Even if it is fully developed, mind cannot envision. It is not its faculty. Mind seeks enlightenment. Mind seeks a vision. And this vision comes from soul, our fourth dimension. Only the soul can see the truth. That's why knowing the soul is called as Atma Gyan. Knowing who am I? On the face, it may look a simplest question. If somebody asks you, who are you? We feel as if this is the most easiest question to respond to. But if you go deep into it, it is the most difficult question, right? Who you think you are versus who you are, there may be a gap. And this is where SALDP comes to our rescue. It takes us from who we think we are to who we actually are and fill that gap and give us that vision which is coming from the absolute truth. Only based on the vision of the absolute truth, you can arrive at the right reasoning. Only when the right vision and right reasoning is established, you can arrive at the right processing. Only when the right envisioning, right reasoning, right processing is done, then only you can arrive in the domain of right doing. So SALDP takes care of all of them. I hope, Amitji, this answers your question. So I invite everyone who is interested to work on the purpose, real purpose of their life, to know the answers of two most important questions: who am I and why I am? Please enroll into SALDP. And to make it simpler for people, we have a very friendly structure of payment and attending, so that these two roadblocks are proactively taken care. Okay, other questions, please. So we have got Dr. Geeta Ramanujan also joining us back. So Dr. Geeta, you can switch on your cameras so that people can ask questions from you as well. I'm taking you in the panel. And Arvindji, I'm taking you in the panel too. Yes, Arvindji, you have a question, please ask.
Thank you. My question to Kumar Ayyaji is that he talked about industrialization and its present role. And when he was talking about something, my question is, can we survive without industrialization in any form, or industrialization in general is a mistaken word?
Now, answering your question, industrialization in what it stands for is not necessary. But the term Purushartha has to be there. We have to be industrious. We need not be industrialized. There is a difference. We need to be working on our beliefs. We need to be working on our value systems, and we need to be working constructively. If by that you mean being industrialized, yes. But you don't need a formal industrial structure. The concept of industry is something which has come from the Western civilization. It's not something which has existed in our history, and it is not something which is absolutely necessary for survival. I mean, we had so-called craftsmen, we had artisans, we had professionals who were performing various roles in our society since time immemorial. So if you call that as being industrialized, yes, we need that industrialization. But if you look at it from the Western point, where you have these huge mechanized factories, which has led to a disintegration of society, which has led to a galloping greed, then we don't need it. We were better off without it.
Chandel ji, you have developed a concept known as Y-City.
Yes, yes, Arvind ji. आपकी आवाज बीच में रुक रही है.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible now.
You have developed a concept and a vision Y-City model. This Y-City model, in this concept, what Mr. Kumar Iyer has told, difference between the modern day Western terminology of industrialization and our old age term of industrialization, that is craftsmanship, how exactly it is combining in this model?
So Dr. Kumar has rightly said that the Western perspective of industrialization versus Eastern perspective of being industrious. There are certain aspects that we can discuss or add to it to broaden our horizon of thinking, that the space-time civilization is constantly changing, right? So when we talk about industry, immediately it comes to our mind that it will produce some product or service for human consumption, right? It has to produce because something has to be produced. Not everything can be taken in raw format. Then we can in fact try to do that in as a pilot somewhere, wherein people can live without any man-made shelter and consider nature as the shelter itself, and can live without any clothes, can live without any other institutions created as a group of human beings. That can also be done in the most extreme cases to test whether it works. On the other hand, if we go to the other extreme and do too much industrialization, it will start harming us, which is exactly the case that we are witnessing today. So today, the man-made institutions itself are the causes for all the catastrophe that we are setting ourselves to. So somewhere we have gone wrong. So if we try to put the pointer somewhere in between these two extremes, I would say that if we do a responsible, as one of the goals of UNSDG also says, I don't know, I think goal number 12 or something, responsible production and consumption, right? If we do responsible production and consumption, it means we will only produce that much which is needed to live a good, decent life, not due to our greed, but due to our need, which is anyways increased due to the complexity of the ecosystem that we have created today. We need TV, we need laptops, we need mobile phones, we need cars. So somewhere there are use cases to use all these products. But are we using them, or we are abusing them or overusing them, is something where the wisdom has to be put. So from the demand supply ecosystem or economy, we need to now move towards want reduction economy, wherein only that much is produced which is needed, not wanted. Needs of human beings keeps changing, right? Earlier, maybe the horses were sufficient to transport human beings from one place to another. Now we have come too far from that place. We may go back to that one also, right? But that may not happen in a jiffy. It will take its own course. So the continuous direction in which we should move now onwards is want reduction. If we reduce this want, so the over-industrialization will come back to the tolerable industrialization range, rather than thinking of removing all the industries altogether. Because there is a facility within the ecosystem, within the nature, to repair itself. It can repair itself. And in fact, this is also measured through an index, wherein the amount of resources recharged by the ecosystem in a year is calculated and measured with the amount of resources that we have consumed. So if the amount of resources that we have consumed is lesser than the amount of resources which are recharged by the nature by itself, not with any human intervention, then the planet will remain resourceful and resource abundant. But if the amount of consumption is higher than what the nature can repair, then it will lead to resource depletion, right? So it is not about, again, I'm saying neither less nor more. Samuchit, appropriate. Below appropriate, it is less. Above appropriate, it is more. Below appropriate, it is starvation. Above appropriate, it is greed. So we have to bring it to the appropriate right size. That's what I think about industrialization. So if Dr. Geeta wants to add something to it, or Dr. Iyer also wants to add something, yes, you can.
I mean, I just wanted to add one more thing here. This is echoing exactly what you have said. There is a very pronounced trend which is going around now, and it is slowly becoming more popular as well. And that term is called degrowth. So when I talk about anything, I always talk about development. I never talk about growth, because we have reached a stage where further growth means we are going to necessarily have to consume more resources. And we are already consuming resources in excess of our allocation on an annual basis. So we need to have a system for distributing our development in a more uniform manner. And certain societies need to degrow while other societies grow, so that we have a more equitable relationship across the globe.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Geeta, do you want to add something?
Yeah, because when we say that equitable distribution, first we have to bring the lower people who are in starvation to one level. That attempt has to be done first. That is easier. To bring the surplus people who are enjoying with greed, to bring them down, it is a bit difficult to begin with, whenever we try to do. Because in a developing countries, I don't know how long we can be declaring that we are developing country, we're developing country, though we have developed in so many other areas very well. And still, as far as the education and food is concerned, still there is a lot of poverty in the country. Maybe so many other countries, I don't want to just will take up some one country of ours only. So first to bring it to one level, see, both cannot be simultaneously done when we produce something or when we manufacture something or when we try to meet the requirement of something. I think from one level we have to come to this. Then automatically, if you have to meet this, I think it has to come down. Then there can be balance maintained, I feel. But for that, we have to again selflessly work for everything. I believe that man should first feel he should give something to the society. And this has to be realized by every person to a certain extent, at least. I'm not telling that, a very paripurnata we will achieve in one day's time. It is not possible. But gradation, stepwise, we have to do it. Because even today, I encounter so many people around me. Still, they are not happy with whatever the country is giving them, the society is giving them. What they are giving in return to society is much more than what we are giving them. So how do we account for justice and peace if we have to really understand what we have to do for the society? This is what I feel. First, let us elevate them, with minimum things. If you bring it to them and give them education, then they themselves will fight for that. We are not giving that kind of education. We are telling them, do as I say, but we are not asking them to, what do you want? Like in the classroom, I teach whatever I know, but I'm not asking them what you need, what you feel, what questions you have to be asked. See, a guru always gives a complete responsibility to the student to really take the education in his term, and he has to put the questions in our dharma. He has to ask all the questions, and Guru cannot take the responsibility of the Shishya, but he should give him the responsibility to lead the life. But today we are taking their responsibility. That is why everywhere the common takes the responsibility, but the people, common man, what is his role? What is his role? Everybody's role has to be accounted here. How do we account? How do we really inculcate such philosophical life for them? Through some summits like this, and you have to really, it's not that one Hitesh ji, it is 10,000 Hitesh ji also comes forward also. It is not enough, according to me. It is by really influencing them to promote oneself towards the goal of peaceful existence only can solve our problem, not in terms of policies, projects. You can make wonderful policies. I think way back in 40 years back, we had very good educational policy, we thought. But again, we thought that it is not okay. Today, again, we have come out with a very good educational policies. But policies, they are very strong by themselves. But while implementing, now, for example, teachers have to be empowered with such skill if you have to fulfill the NEP philosophy. But who has to do that? How it has to be done? Voluntary commitment, is it there? Is a teacher thinks that she is working for salary, or is a person in the industry? See, when I was addressing the industry media, the middle segment people, I was giving them, they had invited me to address them on need and greed of, and then where do you place the growth? If you say that we should not have any greed or anything, and how can we have growth? That's the question they asked me after my session is over, need and greed of philosophy. I said, I'm not telling you not to have profit. I'm not telling you not to grow. I'm not telling you not to have more than one industry. But they said, we took the example of chemical industry. When we took the chemical industry, I told, okay, when you're running a chemical industry, it's not that the raw product is taken, it is not the finished product given. There is one more sector which is very impossible, very important thing is the human sector. How do we take care of them? What are the preventions, precautions, facilities, and medical facilities, and all other things, and accident relief? All these things have you taken care of? For the recycling plant, whether it is costly or anything, have you put it? And how do you really send the influences outside? How does it affect this society, nearby people? If you take care of all these things, and still if you are left with some money to plow back in your own industry, you are welcome. But you cut short all these things and only take the product and sell it, and that with that money you go, and here somebody dies out of accident, and you don't have any policies to meet their human values. Do you think it's a growth? I feel it's a really deterioration of humanitarian values. This is what I feel. Growth is not to be curbed, but growth at the cost of insatiate greed and not meeting the welfare of the human beings. If you are earning money, then it is not a growth at all. It is a damage to this not only country, to the human society at large. This is what I would like to share my thoughts.
Thanks, Dr. Geeta ji, to add to it. I would like to respond to it, to the Project YugParivartan, with the perspective of Project YugParivartan Synergy Platform. So when it comes to doing prioritizing thing, what should be done first and what should be done later? See, there is a larger perspective. There are several things which have to happen in parallel, not first or later. So take an example of generic leadership role of, say, a prime minister. Right? So for him, if his country is full of poor people, hungry people, starving people, and at the same time, there is a section of society and citizens who are rocket scientists, right? So in that case, we cannot say unless all the poor people come out of that poverty and starvation, we will not give any stimulus or any support or focus to the rocket scientists. All have to go in parallel. Everything has to go in parallel. The decision making is a very complex process. If we have to take decision based on a sequence, then probably it may become very easy. And that's where the trap is. The trap of this ecosystem, the design of this ecosystem is kind of a trap because it's a game. It's a game created by our Creator Almighty, in which we have to reach to a destination, right? By navigating through all the obstacles that he has put in front of us to make this game interesting. Because if there are no obstacles in the game, it will become very easy and it will not be interesting at all. Related with the video game, the more complexity a game comes with, the more exciting, interesting, engaging it becomes. Same is about our human life. We have to navigate through all these obstacles, and one of which is sequencing the things while making decisions. Right? Sequencing is important, but at the same time, we need to understand the importance of parallel tracks. And accordingly, we have created or classified the human needs into 6 categories: S1, S2, S3, S4, S5, and S6. And as rightly advised by our ex-Prime Minister to the current Prime Minister in some context, that Raja ke liye praja praja mein bhed nahi hota. For a king, there should not be any discrimination in the minds of a king for any section of society. So he has to work parallelly for all of them. So how would he work parallelly if there are competing priorities? Because naturally, automatically, people will push the leader towards taking decisions of emergency situations first, rather than the long-term situations. So the trap is that if you keep taking decisions in that zone, wherein emergency situations have to be handled immediately, then the focus from the long-term situations will go away, resulting into continuance of emergency situations for decades, for centuries, for millenniums. Right? Somebody has rightly said, politicians think about the next election, and statesmen think about the next generation. Right? So unless the leader today thinks about the next generation, he will always be taking decisions based on short-term needs, not the long-term vision. And this is where the trap is. And we have classified that as S1 to S6. If a person sees the fulfillment of his needs in a sequence, that unless my S1 needs are fulfilled, I will not think about S2. Unless my S2 needs are fulfilled, I will not think about S3. Then in that case, we all will remain trapped. The beauty behind self-actualization is that you can see all the parallel tracks at once. Right? You can see that, yes, even though the S5 and S6 needs fulfillment, and let me also name these categories so that people who are not aware of this can understand. S1 are those needs, if they are not fulfilled, we will become helpless. So avoidance of our helplessness is categorized as S1. S2 are those needs which are not our helplessness, but they are our distresses. Right? It is like a race against constant race against time, always fighting to meet the ends of life is S2. Then S3 is our comfort zone, wherein we may not bother about the problems because we have come out of those problems. Right? It is like a leisure zone wherein we would like to just entertain ourselves and enjoy the luxuries of life. Then comes the S4. S4 is that zone wherein you take more responsibilities than what you can deliver. It is like living in a kind of a learning curve every moment. Right? Learning curve is when a particular skill, you are not comfortable in a particular skills, yet you have taken that challenge to develop that as a skill. Then comes our S5, wherein we become highly curious, out of the box, prejudice free, right? Think with open mind, right? And S6 is when we become self-realized and surrender. So if a leader thinks that unless the S1 needs of all human beings under his constituency are fulfilled, I will not take care about the S4 and S5 needs of people who have grown further, then it will result into kind of a stalling of the progress of the entire ecosystem. So we all have to come out of that trap. So it is very important, very critical for people on the leadership positions to see all the needs at once. Because otherwise the leader himself will get into a trap that unless my S4 needs are fulfilled, that means unless I get sufficiently self-esteemed, I will not think about self-actualization. Unless I become self-actualized, I will not think about self-realization. So it's like postponing the important, more important things for the sake of lesser important things. And the biological clock will continue to tick. We will arrive at our retirement date. We will arrive at our death date, but yet not serve the purpose of human life. So it is very critical that the purpose of human life, which one can only witness at the stage of self-actualization, must be shown to the people, to the citizens, to the human beings as early as possible in their life. And that's where education reform should point to, that once, because that's why it was named as Brahmacharya Ashram. The 4 phases of life were Brahmacharya, Grahastha, Vanprastha, Sannyas. So in Brahmacharya Ashram, it means as soon as the person comes out from the Brahmacharya Ashram and enter into Grahastha Ashram, he should become Brahmachari, which means the behavior of God. He should learn the behavior, acharan of Brahma. Every action that he does should become an act of God. That's the root cause of all the problems that the world is facing today. So parallel thinking, yeah.
But Hitesh ji, don't you think so that priorities are to be considered here?
Yes.
Do you
so
think
the decision making is about prioritizing only.
Huh?
Decision making is about two things. One is what all things to be done. And second thing is in what sequence we should set the priority.
Okay. Now, fine. In a chemical industry, looking after the welfare of the people, should it be that that after he start the another one unit and then take care of the welfare of the people of the unit, the existing unit? Don't you think the growth and the welfare should go hand in hand?
Yes, that's where I'm saying parallel thinking. Dharma Sankat. See, Dharma Sankat is effective decision making is tested when you are in Dharma Sankat. And Dharma Sankat is nothing when two principle oriented thinking conflict with each other for priority. Both are important.
But that's not happening. That's not happening.
That's not happening because people do not have that vivek.
That awaken. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Unless we develop the vivek buddhi, people will not be able to come out of these dharma sankats. It's like, let me give a very simple example. Very simple example. Serving our parents is also as per dharma.
Yes.
And serving our country is also a dharma.
I told you.
Right. So now, if a person is in a situation wherein he has to choose between these two, he is allowed to choose only one, because if he serves the country, he may compromise on serving the parents. And if he chooses to serve the parents, he may postpone his accountability towards the country. Now, if a person gets into that dharma sankat, how to take decisions in that stage by prioritizing the more important things, by compromising on the lesser important things, is what makes a decision effective.
No, emergency participation in which field it is there he has to definitely take the decision. For that, he should have the individual discretive thinking. That is what we have to give them to be strong. See, now, for example, when I'm running the institution, I like to promote through theater, I like to promote through sports, I like to promote them through debates and quiz and so many competitive exams, plus formal exam, all these things. But I can just place it in its place and do it happen, because we cannot just think that, but I cannot cut short anything. That's what I feel.
Yeah, that's the pressure that a leader has to understand.
I don't want to cut short. Yeah, that's
why leadership is complex. It's not that easy. That's why there is a deficit. People are choosing the easy way out. They are choosing the lesser responsible, accountable positions of workers and managers, and they are not even attempting to be a leader or a mentor.
See, many of them ask me, how do you manage so many things? Being a woman particularly, that's another qualification for me. See, leader is a leader, whether it is a man or woman. But of course, we have added responsibility. I do agree. But there are so many self-management philosophies should come first. And then the management of the environment will come. So self-management is very important. Yeah.
Great. So I've got the hand raised from the other two panelists. So I'll first go to Arvind Tiwari ji and then to Kumar Iyer ji. We are playing a double role today. So Arvind ji is also playing the role of a moderator as well as a panelist. And I am doing the same. So switching this is required. So yes, Arvind ji, first you, and then we'll go to Kumar Iyer ji.
Yes, my question to all the three panelists of today. Today's topic was UNSG G16 Peace, Justice and Strong Institutions. But we failed to talk about institutions, I feel. And lately, Hitesh Chandel ji covered a bit of it. First of all, I want to know what all we treat as institutions, which has to be looked upon, which UNSDG is talking. And second is, in delivering peace, justice, and strong institutions, which particular one point has done a biggest mistake by creating this all the issues and problems, at least in Indian context?
Okay, so first go to Kumar Iyer ji. Yes.
Yeah, sure. I will get to what Arvindji just raised, but before that, I just wanted to touch upon what Dr. Geeta mentioned about the chemical industry. Obviously, starting a second industry at the cost of the welfare of the stakeholders of the first industry is a no-no. I mean, definitely it's a no-no. If your employees are suffering, if you're polluting the environment, if your society, the neighborhood of your factory is being damaged, and you want to go ahead and put up a second industry, it is only a matter of time before the first one will also close down. So because it is not going to be sustainable, it is definitely not, since it's not creating value, it has to die. So definitely that I think if you don't need to be self-actualized to realize that you're on a spiral of doom. So that is just in a nutshell what I would like to share on the chemical industry example that Dr. Geeta talked about. Coming to Arvindji, I feel that the decay of peace, justice, and social institutions started the day when we stopped treating people as equal. So the first thing that died was equality. When equality died, with the death of equality was followed by the death of justice. And when that happened, this was followed by the death of peace. So what you're seeing today in the world is that successively we have seen these are intangibles. But I mean, I am reminded of a line from George Orwell's Animal Farm. All animals are created equal, but some are created more equal than others. When you have that situation, you cannot think about having a uniform code of conduct for everyone. You have to first treat everyone the same, irrespective of whether irrespective of caste, creed, color, or sex. What Dr. Geeta just said, the added qualification of being a woman. Why should that qualification be there? I mean, man or woman, I mean, we are all humans. We are all blessed with the same cognitive reasoning. We're all blessed with the same gray cells in our head. Why should a woman be treated differently from a man? I mean, that itself, there is the death of equality. I mean, the minute you start adding a qualification to almost 50% of the population, you're adding a qualification saying, oh, being a woman, you are still able to do all this. There itself, you're not treating them as equal. So when equality died, everything died with it, or it died progressively after that. So when you want to establish, let's say, peace, you want to establish justice, you want to develop resilient institutions which will enforce peace and justice, will make sure that this message gets propagated loud and clear. You first need to start treating everyone as equal. So you first establish equality. Everything else will get established by itself. This is what I would like to submit to this panel here.
This is very, very true, Kumar Ayerji. There is a principle of effectiveness which says begin with the end in mind. So when we begin our action with the end in mind, it means we are able to see through both the endpoints, the starting and the end of it. And the end of it is at the end of everything, at the end of every human being, he is a God. He or she is a God. So when we deal with people, we should deal as if we are dealing with gods. And that's where the equality process will become faster. If we consider even a beggar on the street as God, right? Yes, Geeta, you wanted to add something?
Yes, see, of course, we have to think of the end. Everybody is going to become divine, because for that, you know very well, it is not that just in statement it can be experienced or it can be given. It needs a lot of culmination, evolution, and performance, and all those things. And they have to realize about the culture. And there is so much to really give it. It's not so easy, because if you go to our dharma and all, if you go through 4 ashramas to undergo also today, even first ashrama itself is not really fulfilled properly today. It is for the namesake we are doing everything. All it is all today. Tantras without mantras, it has become like that. the mantra which can give strength to the people, it is lost. So when we say Shakti Rupena, Shraddha Rupena, Shanti Rupena, Kanti Rupena, Daya Rupena, Matru Rupena, it has got so much strength in that. It has got so much strength in that. That is one thing I want to tell you. The next thing is, I told Mr. Sri Arvindji was asking, when did this decay start? But I would say that the day man started hypocrisy and say one thing and do one thing, that day the death of these things have started. But it took long time for people to embrace or invite that kind of bad quality. Hypocrisy is something where you want to pretend to be like a human being, but you are not a human being. So when you start doing that double game, I think the dual role, I think all these things have no place in the human society. I'm telling you, very frankly, I'm telling you. Unless and until we come out of all these things and we stand very bold and let what may come, negative or positive, anything, the result oriented or plus oriented or minus oriented, I will face the challenges and I will go forward if we take it up. I think definitely we can really revive it back. But we have to revive, at least now is the high time that Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit has taken up this issue. Definitely, I'm telling you, all other sustainable development can really fulfill if this quality is really realized. I'm telling you, justice, what you're telling, justice is not treating everybody on par with. Even if you go read in Bhagavad Gita, he says, a cow has to be given grass, a lion or tiger has to be given a raw flesh. You can't ask tiger to eat this one grass and this one to eat flesh. But treat them in their own way, treat them in their own comfort zone and still take care of their living and life. This is what I think in Bhagavad Gita, the philosophy is inculcated. And I very much agree with that, because we can't treat everybody alike. But justice, how do you give justice? By chance now, your association, your organization is doing the best. It is really promoting the society. It is really promoting the humanitarian values. I think it has to be taken care of and it has to be protected and it has to be promoted and it has to be persuaded to promote and extend it to the large number of people for that they do. By chance, I am talking at the school level or college level. I think I have to be satisfied with this only. This is where we have to understand our positions, our conditions, and our commitments. If you understand that, that's enough. I don't have to talk about big things. I feel like that. That is how I am very contented. And the one person was given advice with the 700 shlokas. I think Lord Krishna did not feel bored of it. 700 shlokas in various capsules you give. You want Karma Yoga? Take. You want Jnana Yoga? You take. You want the Daivasana Yoga? You take. Anything. But here, everything is not given one per. I may be attracted towards Karma Yoga, isn't it? He may be attracted towards the Jnana Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Sannyasa Yoga. Everything. You see, directly I may not be so very blessed with or so many, I don't have so much culture to go to Sannyasa Yoga. It is not so easy to renounce, I'm telling you. It's not so easy. Of course, I have given a little bit of money to my industry. That itself, I feel always, oh, I have given. But I have to forget about it that I have given. But that's a big philosophy. That's a big philosophy. So that's why hypocrisy is the sign of crisis for civilization, which has come to the civilization. It has really ruined a thing.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Geeta ji. So now we are coming close to the session, today's session. So I'll keep a few minutes for the formal vote of thanks and give it to my colleague, Mr. Amit Agarwal. But before that, I would like to respond to the last question.
You have not responded, I think.
Say again?
You were to respond to the question.
Yeah, I'm closing that with my overall summarized response, including your question as well as the question that has come from Mr. Vijay K. Saluja, and the closing words for the session today. So all will be there in one go.
Before that, I want to ask a question, if time permits, to Dr. Geeta Ramanujan.
Abhi nahi ho payega, Arvind ji. We will set up forum wherein these questions can be taken up. 17 forums to be launched on the 22nd of October, the second last day of this 24 days event. Okay, so now coming to the close of the session with the answer to the two questions, one coming from Mr. Arvind and one coming from Mr. Vijay Saluja. See, strong institutions. Strong institution we have not deliberated upon too much, but a lot of pointers were given towards that. And when I said about startup, then company, then organization, and finally institutions, I touched upon it to some extent. Institutions are those group of human beings which set up the benchmarks. The benchmarks against which the performance of rest of the organizations, companies, and the startups are measured. If you relate that with the 4 dimensions of human beings, it is like soul is an institution within us, mind is the organizer, heart is what creates company, and body is which always remains in the zone of startup and do things which it has not done earlier. When we talk about institutionalizing or an institution for the new world order, it has to start from the vision. We have to give a common vision for all the organizations, all the companies, and all the startups of the world to look towards that institution as a guiding light. The job of the institution is to give that guiding light, and that has to come from a mentor. It is the full-time job of the mentor to be an institution and create others as institutions too. Every human being has to be developed considering, as I said, begin with the end in mind, that eventually every human being is God. Eventually every human being is an institution. Eventually every group of human beings has to become institution, right? So this is where this third part of the goal, peace, justice, and institution has to play its role. Now coming to a very important question that has come from Mr. Vijay K. Saluja. And this question is kind of an oft repeated question. Somewhere we will publish that in an FAQ also. The question from him is that all these lofty discussions, let me just read it verbatim, it is scrolled up. Just a minute. Yeah. Of what use are these lofty discussions when there is not much implementation on the ground? So I have responded to this question several times and briefly touched upon it when we were talking about the parallel tracks. So you need to first understand what is the ground. It's not that physical ground is the ground. The work that any human being is done on the ground of the chitta, which we call as chitta bhumi, on the consciousness of other human beings, right? And we have classified that as S1 to S6. So when we help people come out of their helplessness, we are working on S1 ground. When we create systems which help people come out of their distress, give them engagement, give them entertainment, give them a situation wherein they don't need to live in a ever fighting race against time, then that is a work on the ground as two. When we develop people from their comfort zone to the zone of responsibility, when we help them come out of their procrastination, their happy-go-merry kind of life towards a responsibility, towards an ambition, then it is called as working on the S3 ground. When we work on those people who are highly effective, who are holding big positions, who are authority in themselves, when we help them come out of that authority and break that prejudice and make them an open mind person, it is the work on S4 ground, and make them curious. The outcome of working on S4 ground is make people out of the box, authentic, curious, problem solver, leaders, and so on. Now, when they have decided that yes, they want to be a leader and they have come into S5, the next level work to be done on them is to bring them to S6, which means helping them reach to their self-actualization state. So, Mr. Vijay Saluja, please take it this way, that all these 6 Chitta Bhumi have to be worked upon parallelly. So there is no do this first, do that later. Because doing first may be possible only when you do something on the later ground. If you have to help S1 people, helpless people, then you cannot keep giving money from your pocket and you will feel that all helpless people can be served that way. Unless you work on the ground of S2 people, S3 people, S4 people, you will not be able to create a self-sustained system for S1 people. Right? So when you talk about all these lofty discussions, all these lofty discussions are very, very critical, very important, because these discussions are setting the direction for processing, setting up a reason for processing and doing to happen. If we don't do enough on the reason creation work, we cannot expect too much in processing and doing domain, right? And second thing is, all these discussions are not part of just Gyanendriya. All these discussions are part of Karmendriya of the organizers. It is an action. It is not just a discussion. It can be an input to the Gyanendriya of the participants, but it's an act of Karmendriya of the organizers, of the panelists, of the speakers, which is changing the course of future. It is Sukshma Tattva. It is happening in the subtle domain, and that's why it may look like it is not adding value. It's a huge value added work, right? So as you are the ex-president of an IIT Delhi Alumni Association, so take it from that level. Unless envisioning is done properly, there will be errors in reasoning, which will get a ripple effect in the processing, and then the ripple effect further in the doing domain. So envisioning, vision workers are called as mentors, reason workers are called as leaders, processing workers are called as managers, and doing workers are called as workers. So if the mentors have not done their job properly, it will result into an ineffective job from the leader, then an ineffective job from the manager, and further by the worker. So kindly understand the importance of all these discussions. And they are followed by a PYP synergy platform, wherein several organizations who are working in the doing domain and the processing domain are being connected to a big reason, to a big vision. When they are connected with a big reason and big vision, their efforts, their powers will also increase. And that's why it is called a synergy platform. Synergy means the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. 1 + 1 becoming 11. This is the only solution of solving the world's problem. Otherwise, with the current level of thinking and with the current level of doing of the people, you cannot solve the world's problem. We have to raise the level of thinking. Then only the level of doing will be raised. So this is a message to all the audience, the live audience, as well as the people who will see this video on YouTube, that reasoning, creating a reason, becoming a reason is a very critical job. And it is the job of the leader to become a reason. Bhagavad Gita also says that, I think some verse like, Yadata acharati shrestha tadatat bhavati jana. Without leaders setting an example by their thought leadership, other people will not be able to get the direction to follow. So by doing this, we are setting that direction. It will affect large number of people. It will impact. It's a hugely social impact project. And now, before we close, coming to Gita ji's reference of Bhagavad Gita. So your name, coincidentally, is same as the name of the book. So when a mentor works, so there are two roles that are there in Bhagavad Gita primarily, although there are 5 people who have participated in creating Bhagavad Gita. Krishna, Arjun, Dhritarashtra, Sanjaya, and Vedvyas. So there are 5 viewpoints through which you can see Bhagavad Gita. So when Krishna is giving an emergency coaching to Arjuna, the process goes like this. If somebody is convicted towards the wrong direction, so the principle you can apply there is, if you cannot convince them, then confuse them. Because it was too short a time to convince Arjun completely. So the makeshift arrangement or plan B could be to confuse him. And confusion can only be created by adding vikalp. Arjun was performing from Viparya and Nidra Vritti, right? He had to perform from the Praman Vritti, which is like being authentic to fight. But he has gone into a wrong direction. So the only solution, quick solution, was to add vikalp and confuse him. so that at the end of the conversation, he will do what Krishna will say. Sarvadharmani parityaja mamekam sharanam vraja. We will arrive at that only when the person gives up. Okay, I've got all your vikalps, but I'm still not able to decide. So what should I do next? So it is like Arjun surrendering to Krishna's command after that 700 shlokas. So those 700 shlokas were required to create those vrittis, those vikalps, so that he get confused and finally surrender to the Sarvadharmani parityaja, so that Krishna can tell him what Arjuna is supposed to do, because he was not ready to listen to what Krishna is saying as a command. He was thinking he is my elder cousin, he is my driver right now. Who is he to give me a command whether I should fight or not? Right? So finally the conviction came because he surrendered to Krishna and took the decision to fight, because he assumed, this is how leaders work. He assumed that if I am not able to see the right direction, if I am not able to see the right destination, at least this person is able to see the right destination and direction, and I must follow him. And that's how in 700 verses, that emergency situation, which could be a game changer for the entire world. Anyways, it came out to be a game changer in the positive direction, but it would have become a game changer in the totally negative direction if Arjuna would not have taken the decision to fight, because he was the key player there. Without Arjuna being in the commanding position, the army of Pandavas were much lesser than the army of Kauravas, almost 40% lesser than what the army of Kauravas was. So thanks everyone. With this note, I would like to hand it over to my colleague, Mr. Amit Agarwal, to share the formal vote of thanks to the speakers today, post which we will announce the program for tomorrow and the coming 2 days, and formally close the session. Yes, Amitji, over to you.
Great insight, Hiteshji.
Thank you.
Actually, wow, good. Thank you, Hiteshji. So, Mr. Hitesh Chandel, honorable guest speakers and panelists, dearest team members, and our most valued participants, a pleasant good afternoon to this wonderful gathering. I, Amit Agarwal, an integral member of Project YugParivartan core team, I feel privileged to propose a vote of thanks. As we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them. Person on the path of self-actualization are the ones who always walk the talk. We thank the Lord Almighty, who has designed and refreshed our souls with a sweet dream of blessings by inspiring us to work on Project YugParivartan, without which imagining and working on such a grand mission would be unthinkable for us. We express our gratitude to our honorable chief mentor, Mr. Hitesh Chandel, to organize such a wonderful event on this virtual platform as part of Project YugParivartan. His incredible leadership, timely and proper advice, and empowerment of decision making provided us with opportunity to conduct this summit. We have been fortunate enough to have eminent persons from the different regions to share their views on the goal 16, which is peace, justice, and strong institutions of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We are sure that the participants must have benefited by attending the 21st day of this 24 days Self-Actualized Leaders Network Global Summit 2021. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for Dr. Kumar Iyer, whose heartfelt session was enriched all of us in a big way. You're right in saying that we would not be needing the SDGs if we all have followed the ethics and accountability throughout. You're also right in saying that the current format of SDGs do not specify the intermediate timelines and milestone, due to which we do not clearly know whether we are progressing to meet the goals or whether we would be able to meet the final date of 2030. Further, we are grateful to Dr. Geeta Ramanujan for sharing her extensive experience of building strong institutions. It is highly inspiring to see someone working for the humanity even at the biological age of 72. It was amazing to hear her heart-touching and soul-inspiring session today. We are really refreshed and goosebumps received. Thanks a lot, ma'am. We would love to hear more from you in our new future events. I would also like to express our sincere thanks to our beloved Chief Mentor Hitesh Chandelji for quickly filling in for the scheduled speaker who got an emergency, due to which he could not deliver a vote of thanks today. Thanks, Chief, for making us aware of the definition of UN SDG 16 in detail. Hearty gratitude to all speakers who generously accepted our invitation, spread their precious time from busy schedule, and shared their valuable knowledge and expertise with us. Thank you, dear sirs and ma'am. I hope all the participants today would have gained a lot of insights into the subject of peace, justice, and strong institutions. With this, I would like hand over mic back to Mr. Hitesh Chandel to inform the audience about the agenda for tomorrow's session and then formally close today's session.
Thanks, Amitji. I just quickly inform all the audience and panelists for the plan for tomorrow, 21st October, which is day 22 of this 24 days event. Tomorrow's theme is goal number 17, partnerships for the goals, wherein all of us can culminate and collaborate to achieve these. We'll start with the usual Project YugParivartan Synergy meditation on the goal number 17, partnerships for the goals, followed by a session by Ms. Prachi Sote Jagtap, who is the CEO of Skylark Global Group. Then a session by Mr. Pradeep Malhotra, founder and CVO, Chief Value Officer of Pradeepam Multi Academy. Then we will have a session by Mr. Bharat Bhushan Tiwari, who is founder president of Himalayan Vikas Sansthan and also an ex-IS officer. Then we'll have a session by Mr. Ashok Arora, who is a practicing Supreme Court lawyer, followed by a panel discussion of all the 4 speakers of the day. And with a formal vote of thanks, we'll close tomorrow's session. I would also like to, because there are only 2 more days left, so I would just like to summarize the other 2 days as well. On day 23, that is 22nd of October, we will launch all the 17 synergy platforms and the one that we are proposing as goal number 0, self-actualization of all leaders. So I would request all the panelists as well as the audience to be there on these 2 very important days of this long summit. So on that day, we will have a session by Dr. Ashok Jain, who is an ex-IFS officer and ex-Niti Aayog or IRCON professional. Then we will formally launch the 18 DVG UNSDG forums, and with followed by and Q&A with that questions to me. And all those questions which will remain pending or will come out later. We have a final day, the grand closure of this 24 days event on 23rd of October with a theme, Candid Conversations with Mr. Hitesh Chandel and Ms. Payal Kakaria. So Hitesh Chandel, that is myself, I am the Chief Mentor of Defined Values Consultants and the overall Project YugParivartan Vision. And Ms. Payal Kakaria is from Sydney, Australia, who is designated as Advisor to Chief Mentor. So she will also be there for the first time, because earlier all the candid conversations were pointed to me directly, but this time it will be jointly taken up by myself and Ms. Payal Kakaria, wherein you can ask any questions related to spirituality, self-development, Project YugParivartan, our Code of Citizens Conduct, which is the book detailing all the macro level visions of Project YugParivartan. Any question that come to your mind, you can ask in that candid conversation. So far, we have a very good record of addressing all those questions right on the spot during the event itself. In some cases, if the questions are not responded to there, then we will give a post-meditated response based on Sabit Samadhi later on. Most of the time while doing the candid conversation, it happens from the Sabit Samadhi state. So an impromptu answer is available for all the questions that are asked. But just in case it happens, so far it has not happened. Just in case it happens, then probably we will respond to later. So please be ready with all your questions, all your doubts that your soul was waiting to get answer of since several lives. There are always some questions which we keep postponing. So for that day, don't postpone any question. Come with all those questions, whatever weird looking they are, right? Because all questions are important. All questions are important. And on the path of self-actualization, people are full of questions. In fact, the human life itself is a journey from no question, no answer state to no question, all answer state. So with this note, I would like to formally close today's session. Looking forward to see all of you tomorrow at sharp 11 a.m. Kindly do forward the invitation to attend the summit to people in your network. All of you might be there in one of our WhatsApp groups. If you are not, kindly leave your contact in the chat box so that we can add you to an appropriate WhatsApp group. And when we share the message for tomorrow's event in the WhatsApp group, we request you to forward it to as many people as possible, because this entire mission will only be producing its complete fruits when it goes to large number of people. So at least to start your contribution towards Project YugParivartan, do this little act of generosity towards taking the world towards golden age. Namaskar. Thank you very much. I'm keeping the webinar open for some more time. in which you can post your contact information in the chat box. Thank you very much.